maybe he just thought that Nibiru didn't exist. And when you think that, that's when it shows up.
And now that Turbulence is also removed from the field because Reinforce only protects you from your opponent's cards, not your own. This is a little bit of emergency coming behind your own line.
Well, but it also, I think, potentially, who knows how much that might have baited Taylor into feeling safe, thinking, oh, they're trying to protect that. Nibiru probably is not on their mind, but it still is a very powerful card. Nibiru, one of the strongest interruptions against the type of field that Taylor was assembling.
Typically, you see like Imperm Nibiru, Effect Veiler Nibiru. This time we got SP plus Nibiru. We need to answer the negation.
Hey,
we got the answer.
We got, you know?
He's answered it quite nicely. Let that big token land on the field. It's touchdown with that rock.
Gigantic numbers there, but again, still quite a few cards. Taylor might be able to continue play, but it's kind of difficult when you've used up almost all your extra deck combo pieces, and now they're just sitting in the graveyard. 11,500 for that token. Wow.
Huge.
I will activate Tearlament's Sheer and Diffusion Summon as Chainlink 1.
Oh, but you did send away some Tearlament cards into the graveyard by card effect, and that's going to cause him to trigger in the graveyard to perform a Fusion Summon.
Again, we saw that Nibiru was strong, but even yesterday, people were able to play through it, so we are going to go ahead and see the Fiendsmith sequence show back up in the field. Looks like 1,200 damage there.
That's going to be from the Lacrima. Lacrima being sent to the grave, put some Light Beam back, and boom, 1,200 damage. So that token is huge. Just by base is already stronger than Nibiru because there was a Turbulence. That's 3,000, 3,000. Just that alone, your own card.
There's a version of this where a triple tactics talent could end the duel.
If only that was an attack position.
If only, if
that
only.
would have been a crazy telegraph.
Could you imagine?
Nibiru is humongous.
Now, what are we fusing into? Because we did activate one of the Tearlament effects. Okay, Dragostapelia.
Hey.
That is a very powerful fusion monster.
I'll activate the Dragostapelia target.
So that's going to reduce the level of that Nibiru to 1, but not necessarily get rid of anything else, as Nibiru doesn't have any activated effects on that field. So just, you know, maximizing all the effects. Will it come up where you need to? Of course, there's also the field spell. The additional gain 500 attack points is going to matter.
I will set one card. I will attempt to go to the end phase.
It looks like we're going to go
too.
into
Don't forget about that Scream. Scream reducing.
In the end phase, I'll resolve Magnemite. I'll add Jerusalem to my hand.
And Magnemite is going to add back the Jerusalem. That is going to be live immediately because there's a Nibiru in the graveyard.
So we have Dragostapelia, which can negate a monster effect on the field by placing the token, and we also have a Bestial Dragon in hand. Jerusalem can banish a light or a dark from either graveyard to summon itself. So 2 forms of disruption, at least one. There's an infinite impermanence from the side of Nicholas.
Nicholas is going to turn off the negation capacity, or rather the token dropping capacity of that. We're going to start off with a Snake Eyes Poplar.
This might be a little secret there too. Yeah, I mean, we know how strong these two decks work together with level 1 monsters, and obviously Poplar being one of the strongest there, it'll be interesting to see if it's able to make an impact on the
It's going off. Now remember, a popular Link 1 that Snake Eyes plays is Anima, and look at where that Nibiru token is.
That's going to be able
to
to
get rid of that
token.
at least, yeah, and then still go into more of the Snake Eyes combo.
But I don't think there's going to be a Snake Eye combo here. Based on this particular place, these anyone that plays like Rescuers don't exactly focus their deck onto Snake Eyes. It's just the Poplar getting the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye. That is the key card that they want. Will we be able to get that? I don't know. Maybe we drew into it. But now we have the Relinquish Anima to clear off that giant token. That token is not going to apply its attack over because tokens by default don't exactly have any stats.
Looks like Taylor's going to go bring down Tearlament's Kashtira here. Not just seeding the duel because it isn't his turn, right? The cumulative joke about Tearlaments, it's our turn, so activating the effect.
We share the turn here.
Yeah. But again, we're going to go ahead and banish another Tearlament's Kashtira to bring it out and maybe send a few cards to the grave.
Summon, I will activate Chainlink 1, Tier Cash, Chainlink 2.
Remember, sharing is caring, and we like to share our turns together.
Yeah. Sharing. Nah, I'm trying to find something. There's nothing.
Wow.
No, come on, Sharon is Karen.
Sharon is
something
Karen.
like that. There we go.
But we did put a Black Goat Laughs into the graveyard. That's going to turn off, I believe, some of the activated effects of Monster, unless there's something from the graveyard.
Going to be kind of difficult here. Again, so many cards going to the graveyard. It's exactly what Tearlaments wants. And Taylor's done a great job of setting himself up in this position.
Ooh.
And he's able to, on resolution, use his own Blackout lefts, declaring relinquished anima.
I'm going to have OSS sending the Poplar to grave.
Okay, so we got original Simple Spoil Snake-Eyes sending a Poplar away. And that's going to lead into the only other level 1 fire monster we can summon. That's going to be a Hydrant.
So seeing a full search of the deck there, you're absolutely right, Tom. It seems like that Poplar is really only there to motivate getting the Hydrant out via the original Simple
Did he
Spoils.
vanish all of his Hydrants?
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Is that an illegal activation? That is an illegal activation.
Oh, no. Not like this.
Not like this. Not like this at all.
I'm not, no. That's fine. Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Well,
looks like that's going to be
without a
game 1
follow-up.
going over to Taylor. What a performance playing through the Rescue Ace turn 1 setup. Double Mulch Army starting with 10 total cards. That was crazy.
Well, if there's any way to play through, 4 cards being set against your opponent, is to have more than 9 cards in your own hand.
Yeah. Absolutely there. Taylor seems like he's pretty steely, though, having won the duel, still focused in. Just going to go ahead and take a look at the side deck here and decide what's next.
I mean, Spell and Trap removal isn't exactly the most popular choice when it comes to this format. Most people have been focusing their side deck on Fiendsmith and, stealing cards from Snatch Steal.
Yeah, but here's the real question. Taylor showed what Spell and Trap removal. He got through that turn just fine just by playing through all of it.
I think card draw is going to be very important, but are we going to see a double Mulch Army play like that again?
That's what I'm curious about, because in my opinion, the double Mulch Army having that many resources is what allowed Taylor, like you said, Steven, even if you have the cards, you have to play them right. Played the cards right, but had a lot to work with. If you were starting that with a more traditional 6-card opening hand, questions up if Taylor could have actually played through that kind of field setup, because the Nibiru especially felt like that turn ender, but still had more to go.
That was an unfortunate position to be put in for Nicholas. I mean, it just feels like you just got hit by a Max C at that point.
Practically, the Mulch Armies are very powerful effects, and they're designed to work against certain decks but not others, but just incredible performance there. And again, just like you said, Steven, it is an Aqua, so having it as a fusion material on top of its effect is incredible.
Yep.
Excellent disruption from hand, or rather a hand loader. I mean, I'm just going to keep drawing cards until I get to play all my cards. Having that many cards in hand, it's just a wonderful feeling.
Taylor's going to try and set the record for how many Mulch Armies you can activate in one duel by constantly refusing them. This is not confirmed information, but who knows? Maybe we will get a
It's actually
record.
quite nice to see, the Tearlaments kind of making a little bit of a comeback. I mean, that deck was so strong.
Yep.
We know how far that deck can push. There's a reason why all those names with Tearlament are limited to 1.
Yeah.
They're strong enough that just the 1 card being out there is enough for a Tearlament duelist to get all the way here as Taylor looks to the sky, just sort of contemplating what his next move will be and wonders how far he'll get in this tournament.
I think it's a testament to how much time and effort Tearlament duelists that are committed to the deck really put into it, that they are still playing it at the WCQ and finding these types of results.
I mean,
It's not a simple deck.
Both these duelists, 4-0.
Yeah.
They must know something that we don't.
Oh, that cards that you like can still be played regardless of what everybody says?
I like that mentality.
And so do they, apparently, rocking the decks out as far as they got.
I'm playing Melfi's at the next YCS. I don't care what you say.
Awesome. We can't wait to have you on the stage, but let's take a look at our stage at Game 2 here on Round 5 of our NAWCQ.
The stage is set. I'm very curious of what Taylor has in his hand. There is a Mulch Army in his hand.
It's happening again.
Oh, no.
The double Mulch Army on the second duel in a row.
Nicholas has to decide how many cards he's going to end on. Maybe he'll be a little bit more conservative here, but wow.
Oh, wow.
You can't see us at the caster deck, but our hands are on our heads. Just cannot believe this.
Okay, let's see what Nicholas can do to not summon from hand to generate that many cards. Unfortunately, Rescuers typically need to start with at least 1 added card to hand and 1 summon from the hand. Are we going to be able to play it just strictly using Emergency?
I don't know if the stream microphones are picking it up, but the entire venue got a little louder after that play. I imagine the folks standing out there watching this match are reacting in kind.
This is what we're talking about. This is kind of how you bypass the Mulcharmy.
Other side of the deck,
So
man.
there was originally 2 card draws. So if you think about it, we just got a double
Requiem
Upstart
effect.
Goblin at the very least. That's how you can kind of trade with the Mulcharmy Perulia. But now we're trying to avoid it as much as possible by only playing the Fiendsmith cards right now. You know, add to hand, send to the, like, discard to the graveyard, summon from graveyard. That's not summon from hand.
If you're able to assemble a strong field without giving more draws, then in a way, I mean, they still replace the Mulcharmies, right? It'd be turned into just 1-for-1 draws, but, you know, you're not giving them that advantage at that point, which would feel very good.
I'd like to think Nicholas has learned his lesson after what happened last time. It's just special summoning all these fiends from the graveyard is probably a good idea.
Now, he can also wait a little bit because he knows that the opponent will have to activate a monster effect at some point. Do you add a card that you can use later on, like Impulse? Or... Oh, it is Impulse. Okay. So he's thinking about it. Like, I don't want to drop the cards immediately, and maybe he can go for the emergency now because that summons from the deck. And when that summons from the deck, you're not going to give him the additional draw. When you set 4 this time, oh, it's going to feel so much better not giving 9 cards to the opponent to start their turn.
You can go into something like a Preventer, which can then set a opponent's monster face down. You do have the Hydrant on the field right now. So I do like that. I like the plays so far from Nicholas. And again, I keep saying it, but Rescue Ace players also have to be very creative with how they play the cards.
Now, we got to be careful. Time is now down to 13 minutes.
Ooh.
That was a very long game 1. It didn't feel that long, but it is a long game 1. Now we're going to Lacrima from the sequence. And we're going to continue our play here. Ooh.
Looks like, okay,
Beatrice.
Beatrice effect resolved.
All right, the Lady Eternal, what card shall she send from the deck to the grave? Ooh, looks like we might be rescuing out Turbulence, perhaps?
Another creative use of the Fiendsmith cards in a new deck. I never would have thought to do something along this line, but if it works, it works.
Oh, this is a Link 3. That's going to be Promethean Princess to bring back that Turbulence.
Even easier.
This is all under double Mulcharmy, and you have only given your opponent 1 draw off of each. Nicholas is navigating this very stressful situation with 12.5 minutes on the clock under double Mulcharmies incredibly well.
Now notice the difference here.
This
time there's 3 trap cards. Instead of having those spells there, he's not looking to bolster his board. He is looking to stop anything that Taylor has.
Target effect negate, correct?
Yep. This is going to be insane. We got now a triple trap card and 1 spell card.
Contain, Extinguish, Reinforce.
Contain's very scary, especially if you can get a Hydrant on the field. The additional effects are just so good. Now, we're getting rid of that Fire Lock now.
Sunlight Wolf?
Sunlight Wolf, we can actually add back some cards as well.
I will throw one in the mix.
Yep.
Okay.
And
I'm imagining there's a lot of other ways, emergency, rescue, things that we can get back the Hydrant with. So I imagine maybe at the beginning of Taylor's turn, one of those will go off just to allow Nicholas to have as many disruptions as possible.
Don't forget, we still have Beatrice on the field that can send another card into the graveyard.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of disruption here.
Cool.
Going into the 6th card now, will this be enough compared to the 9?
About to find out. Looks like our first card here as Taylor decides.
Battle phase.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Before battle phase.
No.
Now, can we go to before battle phase and do something?
Yeah.
In start sub battle phase, I'll activate Beatrice.
Okay.
That will resolve.
You can feel the evenly matched coming.
Yeah.
What shall we do to prevent
see it in the hand. That is
okay. I like this where this is
brutal.
going.
Ah, so that you can special summon to get the Ash Blossom back when you need it with the Sunlight Wolf's ability to add from the graveyard back to the hand.
I know that card cannot be activated, if I'm not mistaken. That card cannot be summoned.
And then I'm going to go ahead and activate...
Oh, we're going to activate more of our cards
bring
here.
back Turbulence.
Bringing back Turbulence.
Okay.
With the rescue.
And then on summon, trigger Sunlight Wolf, add back Fire.
Yes.
They're going to add back a Fire. They're going to add back the Ash
That's
Blossom.
a very creative way to get the Ash into hand.
You're absolutely right. It shows you how powerful the Fiendsmith cards are because every deck has something unique that it wants in the graveyard.
Yep.
So using Beatrice of the Lady Eternal in this way, it's just stunning.
I'm telling you, the creativity of Nicholas right now cannot be understated. This is incredible how he's navigating the situation.
I will attempt to move to end of battle phase.
So we're going to the end of the battle phase. Here comes the evenly matched after all.
matched. Wow, what an incredible trade.
All right. Yeah, going to keep that Turbulence, I imagine, out of all the options.
Have to say goodbye to some of these cards, though. You still need 3 more leaving.
Yep. And that is very difficult because they're banished face down. You're not going to be able to recycle those back, which is something that Rescue Age really does love to do. Oh, we're letting the Turbulence go.
Now, the card that was added back cannot be normal or special summon, so, you know, Ash is a pretty good choice. You know, you can still effectively use the card, I believe.
Certainly an exciting combo to try out in practice, but looks like we're actually going to discard Impulse instead.
This is great. This is one way to summon out one of your machine Rescue Aces from the deck. You can find ways to draw cards. We're going to go instead with the one that has the capacity to summon, and that is going to be Fire Engine.
So just as an update, it looks like there was a procedural error minor that was issued to Nicholas. Again, it's a legal activation of the last card there, but again, it's just going to be a warning.
Okay. Yeah, that was the, not having a valid target of the Sinful Spoils.
But again, it is a warning. Remember, any WCQ, like anything else, it is a long day. These are the best duelists here, but they have been fighting a very hard duel.
Activate Tier Cash New Chain. I will mill 2 cards.
I mean, yeah.
This has been my favorite duel of the entire weekend so far. Just first off, the creativity of the decks and also the creativity of both of these duelists. We've had some great moments so far.
Now, if we continue to summon, we're going to be summoning out our level 4 or lower Rescue Aces from the deck. If you keep on summoning while the Fire Engine is on the field, that's how you regenerate your field.
Yeah.
And that's going to be met with Ash Blossom for the Tract. We're just trying to cut down the turn. Yeah, you can't normal summon or special summon that card.
Yeah, you can still use its effect.
That's going to be Tieleman's Grief.
Okay, how does Taylor want to navigate the rest of this?
Looks like we are getting a Tieleman's Cashier and saying goodbye to Tieleman's Reinhardt there. And that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring made a huge impact. And being able to get it on call is insane.
I love that that happened.
There's no better way to say it.
That was incredible.
That's cool.
I'll go chain link here and summon from deck.
Here we go. Fire Engine now will activate.
We have
And we're going to summon Airlifter, the one that's limited to 1.
Okay.
Well, when you can get it out whenever you need it, it doesn't feel too bad to be at 1.
Oh, there are hits in the set of cards being sent to the graveyard.
And summon Rhino.
Yep.
Summon Rhino? Rhinoheart? There definitely is enough to perform a fusion here.
New chain link says turn player.
This is one of the scariest parts about the Tearlament deck is the fact it almost feels impossible to stop it. They just keep playing through everything that you're doing.
Very difficult to slow it down for sure, but trying the best here.
Ooh,
okay.
That fusion effect is not going to be going through because Bestial Druisworm has been activated targeting, was that the Havnus?
And you can't include that card if it's not in the graveyard anymore.
Yeah. The Heartbeat added back the Trap card. And Rhino Heart is going to continue sending a card into the graveyard. That's going to be Sharon.
Now it's 6 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. We got to keep our eyes up there because
that was from the Sulliak
could go for quite a while longer than this, and no damage has been dealt. Taylor is still up in the best-of-3 series.
I mean, these decks can take a long time to execute all of the moves. The options, it's just so wide.
Nobody's playing slow here. Again, they're just moving fast. But with so many different effect activations, it does take quite a while to get through the duel.
Oh, we are pivoting into Fiendsmith.
Yeah, speaking of effect activations, here come a few more your way.
I have 1 Engraver engrave as well as the...
Now we still
and the
have
first event that info is legal for?
I don't think we've activated that yet.
No, yeah.
If memory serves correct, so Nicholas still has some decisions.
I mean, that would have been a really good moment to kind of
like
clear
that
that
would've been the
monster.
time.
That was the time, and now we've kind of pushed a little bit far. Are we just waiting for this particular copy to hit the graveyard? Are we waiting? Oh, he's waiting for the engraver.
Okay.
So
not Fiendsmith, not
I mean,
Fiendsmith
you have to do it at some
Daver.
point.
Yeah.
You can't just let the Fiendsmith combo go off. Nicholas knows that, is deciding to do it here on the engraver.
This is what I should have done earlier.
Is it enough? Now we got Sharon.
Sure.
Sharon was added to hand
discard.
earlier.
Well, what's that? It's a discard?
That's a Mudora.
Oh, it's a Mudora. Okay.
We hit Murley as well in this particular Sharon set of cards being sent to grave.
We also heard Taylor saying this is what I should have done earlier. I think realizing Mudora could have helped deal with that princess too.
Again, we talked about this on day 0. This is a much longer ride to the World Championship.
Yeah.
And there may be some bumps along the way, but the duelists are just hanging in there the best they can.
Hey, I'm still impressed with how both of these duelists have navigated a very complex game state.
Oh!
Did this sooner. It's fine. Excuse my language. I
Picking up his cards?
I think that may be it.
Yeah, I am unsure exactly who was talking there.
Taylor looks like he may have been picking up or signing the slip there. We may actually have a winner of this duel after all.
That was a very abrupt end.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, when you're a duelist as brilliant as these two, eventually you just see it coming and you know, I cannot make a comeback from this.
Well, it appears that Nicholas has taken the game. They could not get that additional follow-up.
He conceded but showed what he should have done. So a little bit of confusion there, but we know we have got to match it as 1-1.
That makes a little
Should have
sense. Ow, I mean, I'm happy we're still going. That would have been a frankly disappointing way to end that incredible series so far. How much time was on the clock? It was, I believe, under 4 minutes?
Yeah, just about by the time we
Yeah.
get started.
Yeah.
Time continues as they side. That's going to be a very, very tight couple of 1 or 2 turns in the
It'd be a
beginning here. This
spicy
is going to
game
be
3,
very
but
difficult.
probably
If
not
we're
a
going
good
to think
one.
about cards that can deal damage during the main phase,
Maybe we'll
We've
see
got
double
Fiendsmith
Perulia
cards.
We
again.
do.
we've got Fiendsmith cards,
But they both have Fiendsmith cards.
but will we get the turn back?
Yeah,
I guess we'll
believe
see.
Taylor will get to choose here. So if Taylor goes first and can just get that Fiendsmith combo going off, this is rough news for Nicholas.
So kind of recap that last game. We saw the double Perulia drop
Again,
early on
twice.
But this time, seems like we got a different ending. We've got Nicholas just never giving him an additional card past that first summon that he just needed to do.
I mean, there's
And
so much
after that,
graveyard
we
stuff that
just
you
saw
can do.
how
That's honestly why I
everything
think
can
people are
just get
overreacting a
everything on
little
the
bit
field.
to
But
Kairos.
that was
At least while
not the
Fiendsmith's
end.
around.
Yeah.
We got that evenly matched.
The evenly matched through the Beatrice line too. I thought the Beatrice was going to be the end, getting 2 activations of that, getting the Ash back to hand, but then the fact that evenly just made it such a closer game than it otherwise would have been.
Evenly matched gets a lot of stuff done. Again, banishing cards face down, that practically feels permanent. We remember how strong Kashtira was in its prime every time you lost a card.
And there's no good answer from Rescue Ace into that card, in my opinion. They don't have a clear archetype way to deal with it.
Now that Baron de Fleur is gone, there is a way if you do choose to play cards like Fiendsmith's Desiree.
True.
But you'll have to give it one of your slots.
Yeah.
The extra deck has never felt more cramped. Again,
No,
one of those
Rescue
things
Ace
where now we're
doesn't have a
seeing
problem
people
with
side
fitting it,
deck
though.
extra cards. It's not the first time that's happened, but it's always a sign that there's just so many great cards to play.
And they are done quickly siding, and we're going into game number 3.
Yep. We are into the third one. It is 1-1
Through about 2.5 minutes
on the
clock.
scorecard. You can see that correct at the top of the screen with 2 minutes, 13 seconds on the clock.
Fucking
Taylor
hell.
choosing to go first. There's not going to be any battling. However, if they can land into, like, are we going to get past the main phase? That's another question. But we're going to start off with a Kashtira Fenrir. Fenrir going to get an additional card. And we're going to summon up Mudora. That's going to be the normal summon.
Yeah, get into
Normal
that
Mudora
Fiendsmith
is
combo as
funny.
quickly as possible.
He knows what to
And
do.
there's
Also,
no
chat, I have
answer
now
to
111
this particular
roll
part.
to
Do we have an
out of
Ash Blossom
20
here,
on
which is
to
very
get
crucial?
away.
We get it.
wow.
There is an Ash Blossom.
We're playing. This is Yu-Gi-Oh!
That is a very crucial Ash Blossom.
He says we're playing, but there's a very real chance that because of that Ash, we're not actually playing.
Okay, so the fact that that was stopped is huge because if Taylor's able to just inflict a little bit of damage through the Fiendsmith combo and then just continue playing out, build out a stronger field, it gets so much harder. Now an Effect Veiler on top of it.
Unfortunate.
Certainly not taking no for an answer.
Oh, he got the turn back!
Guys, I'm sorry.
Apologizing to the
Charmy,
crowd.
2 duels in a row, and this could be how it closes out. Not as strong of a start for Taylor.
Now we're going to start with the Wanted. Wanted likely going into Dia Bellstar.
Anything on Res?
Is there a draw unlocked?
Black Goat last declared Diabelos are the
They declared Dia Bellstar. Is that the correct card to declare, though?
It may not be.
It'll.
Oh, I see. Okay, okay.
So that card right now cannot be special summoned unless, I believe it's from the graveyard.
I get you. Okay.
It will slow down that card, which can start off the combo.
But if there's no monsters available to summon, that's not going to lead anywhere.
It's all right.
It's becoming a very crazy end to an absolutely crazy set of duels.
On the clock,
I mean,
gentlemen, I don't know how this one's gonna end.
You can't hold yourself in the main phase. You gotta keep on playing. You gotta play at a reasonable pace. If you're not making plays here,
I guess I will set.
I mean, there's a single tier limit.
Oh no! Set.
No!
Back. He buys the turn back. Taylor,
No
get
one
the
can
turn
predict
back.
how this duel is going to end.
But we don't have
Standby phase.
the Moon of the Closed Heaven.
Yep.
So Requiem's
Yeah.
already engraved.
I mean, we just gotta get an attack in at this
And
point.
that's gonna get infinite impermanence on the Merly, so we're not gonna send cards into the graveyard.
30 seconds on the clock.
We are playing.
Taylor needs to do any amount of damage to take this.
But he also needs to not
This
pass
is
within
tough
reason.
because the direct line is gone. Moon of the Closed Heaven's not available. 2 monsters does not mean the Fiendsmith line at this moment.
Taylor briefly pausing as he looked through some of the Fiendsmith cards, but I don't know if they're going to
5
help you
seconds
now.
attack. You have to hit battle phase and attack. I don't think Taylor's
Oh,
realizing
he's putting the cards back. That's where the Majora's coming in.
Just going to try again.
We'll see if time was added to the round here, because the clock at the top of the screen, unless it's incorrect, signals the end, but they're still playing, so obviously there is more Yu-Gi-Oh to be had.
They do get to go until the end of the current phase, so it's possible that he's able to pull off that combo as putting back that Moon of the Closed Heaven
We're
and letting it
trying
slam on the
again.
field. Back
We're
into the
trying
Fiendsmith
again.
Requiem.
We got to the Fiendsmith Engraver.
We're gonna get the burn off.
Anything on some?
No.
Effect
Oh
target.
no, the infinite impermanence has already
Anything
been
on that?
used. Okay, Engraver. This
It can come down to this.
This is
very well might be it.
Yep, that's going to be the Necrocrypt
Effect
Princess,
target.
and we're going to use the Engraver effect to resummon itself
Fucking
out
hell.
of the graveyard.
This is a good game 3,
Fiendsmith
which
sequence
is
coming
ironic
away.
because it's kind of a non-game.
Uh-oh,
It's
I
weird.
think
Non-games
it
can
is
be fun
late
to
for
watch.
this
You got it,
duel.
man.
They
no
just
activation,
usually
no
aren't.
response for the sequence.
Fusion summon.
Not those two.
Those are the only.
Yeah, no, those are, because it has to be. Yep.
Okay.
They have to be those two.
Just making sure they
Yep.
get the right ones. Here we
No
go.
legal target here in graveyard.
You don't want to mess this up.
Yep, this
He
is the
apologized to the
pivotal
crowd.
moment, Taylor.
One move left here.
It ain't over till the last card's played, but I think it's about to be
Yeah,
played
it's
now.
about to be over here. There is a Light Fiend monster in the graveyard. We're going to go into SP Little Knight.
Target, Chainlink 2, SP target.
You got it, man.
He got it.
He's got
That's
Oh.
the game.
What
Taylor,
a
having
back and forth.
apologized to the crowd for messing things up, did not mess
I drew the
things
one
up.
up for
He
Lily
did
that I
a
kept it
great
to the
job
dial.
showing that, again, hang in there and you may be the
Yay,
one
team
winning.
element, but also fuck,
That
rescue ace lost.
Majora is
Yeah, he
the
conceded before
MVP.
I could-
Oh, my
Redoing the
goodness.
combo one more time. Just one more time.
One
and
more time.
That's all it
Oh,
took.
my goodness.
Alright, chat, let's go play
I
a
mean, we
game
got,
of
like,
Smite 2
3
Arena while
turns.
we wait.
Back and
for the
forth
next round.
with less than 2 minutes.
The
That's
Smite 2
incredible.
servers are
Both
still up.
duelists doing such an
Let's go
excellent
play Smite 2
job
Arena.
there. Just wild. I know I said it yesterday.
Oh, the chart is still there because I never actually took it down because I ended very suddenly yesterday. Oops. Oh yeah, it's gonna be like, oh, this is a true alpha.
Thank you
Don't
for
forget
joining
your
the Smite
pickle
2
jars
alpha.
in the juice
This
bar.
is a true alpha. We know there are some bugs and a lot of work still to be done.
But we want you in there playing at this early stage and giving us your feedback so we can make sure that we're making the Smite 2 you want to play.
Scan the QR code to get more information about our alpha
Why are you
testing
checking your
phase.
watch for
And
the
see
date,
you on the Battleground
Finken?
of the Gods.
I don't think that's what your watch. Well, if it's an Apple Watch, I guess. I still think we just really need more items for Smite 2 to feel good. There's just every build is missing items, and it's kind of annoying. The nice thing about being in a different scene is I don't have to worry about muting the stream. I can just listen to it and then I'll know when it comes back. I'm hearing the interview and it's just like, ah, yes, fair enough. Ah, I wanted the purple. No. I just want to be able to get a lot more of my max HP shred, you know? I think we want to level the... Like Broths, thanks. I'll level the, first. I'm not kill them, but I do want to get assists. So I keep getting glowed. Nobody want to help me? No? Okay. There we go. Oh, somebody was there. And then they weren't. That's unfortunate. No. Did they not take the red, or have we just not checked the timer? We just haven't checked the timer, okay. I was gonna be like, huh? Thinking. Hello? Press space to get gift. It did not let me get the gift. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh, he's trying. Okay, Fizzprots with some CDR would be nice, so we're gonna go Valor. No! But I will gladly take my 2% max health per tick on her, or she'll get out of range because she's faster than me. I'm gonna cry. Alrighty then. Okay, that somehow didn't grab Morrigan, even though she was right there. I'm incredibly confused. No. Unfortunate. Ah! I got him. I will take some CDR, which will also beef up my fire. I'm going for buffs. I'm going for all three. I'm gonna be honest. I want all three. I want to get the fire up before the ult, though. I just think there's way more value to that. I would like to have internet, but that doesn't seem to be an option. Did I get it? No, he got it. Absolutely nothing I can do about that. Just have to flash away. Unfortunate that nobody wanted to help with that. Okay, wouldn't let me grab it there. Oh, the lag is so bad right now. It's actually might just be my frame rate that's lagging and not even the like actual lobby possible at this point. Frick. Ah!
Enemies in right lane. Be right back. Enemies have returned to base.
Tragic.
That will make them scream.
I probably don't want to, like, super engage here, but I also don't want to back off yet. Okay, there we go. And then we can go grab this. Which is honestly really good for Ares, I feel like. But it does hinge on actually getting bonked with magic damage, so, like, maybe it won't be enough? Who knows? Right? Who knows? We'll find out. Aw, that was a clone. Boo. Alright, we do need CDR, though, because we don't have much, and 20 isn't cutting it. And there's not a lot we can do for magic prots. I guess we'll go for the active. Shame on me for being in the item shop. Rest in pickle juice. No! But yeah, my cooldowns could stand to be lower.
Enemies in left lane.
Can I? There we go. Yeah, there's only so much I can do. I think the next thing I want to get is lifesteal. I can't get lifesteal with CDR, can I? No. No. I can get all of the lifesteal from before the build-up, though, which is good. It's only half the lifesteal we'll get in the final item, though. How did that not hit her, thinking? Oh my god, 85 per tick? That's insane! Ouchie. Now we can buy Typhons. Very good. Okay, so yeah, the only ways that we're getting CDR are this thing and this thing. So I guess those are what we're building. Not because I want the extra power, but because I want the extra CDR. But it will also give me extra int, so. How did that hit him, but the chain earlier whiffed Athena? Thinking. What if I just went like Hydras as my last item? That'd be crazy, dude. No, I missed. Hi, Loki. Where have you gone? He got rooted. Oh, not the tomato. Oh, or he could just stay out of range. I'll cry if he does that. Goodbye, frame rate. Oh, I missed. Got her. Holy fucking bingle, Squidward. Hold up, let me just get all of my health back. Oh, this is great. Dude. Oh, I delete the Athena. Oh, that's sick. All right, let's take an active item. We're gonna have a pair of active items, and that's okay. But you have to remember to use them. We're gonna have a silence, and then we're gonna have a that's just horrific emblem. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why she thought she was gonna live there. Who stopped damage anyway? Ymir. Comedy. Oh no. Anyway. Aw. Boo. Ooh, buff. Ooh, shiny. How did that not hit her? Okay, so the chain has less range than it visually looks like. And the fire has more range than it visually looks like. Ray. Hi, Rez. You might want to look into that. Oh, dear. No. You stop that. You stop that, too. I see you. She stunned me as the Thana landed, so it kind of looked like the Thana stunned me. Shit! Goodbye, internet. Worst fucking time. I think we're fine, though. Hi, Neith. Hi, Morrigan. Hi again, Neith. I missed. That's okay. Morrigan dies. Hello there. I have come to touch you. Oh, I did not touch goodly. I have a decent amount of power, too. I have like 200 power. I have 200 strength. That's kind of crazy. Because it's an aura, you can only actually see that while I'm alive. Oh, it's good to know that the respawn timer bug is still here in Arena. Nice. Always good when that's still around, you know. Where the fuck are my consumables? Oh, down here, okay. What do I even buy first for consumables? You know? $120 int is 7% of that. So, I mean, I would get like 8 damage on my per tick of my 3. It doesn't matter, we're about to win. But, like, theoretically, what would I get if I were buying elixirs on Ares in Smite 2? What if I just caused a bit of mayhem, you know? Aha! Oh, I wanted to get the kill. Frick! I'm a Said. I am the Said. I thought I was going to get the last kill. They have a timer for when the next feature match is going to start on the stream. Oh, they have a pre-recorded match from round 5 playing. That's not helpful. Well, I guess we'll queue again. Let's play Anubis.
Anubis. Let us put on a good show.
I'm so glad they fixed Fire Giant's volume in Conquest. For anyone here wondering, being like, hey, this isn't the WCQ. Yeah, they're currently on some random pre-recorded between rounds. We're just waiting on round 6 to start. So I am doing other things while we wait. I'm actually going to be right back. I'm going to refill my water. All right. Didn't miss it. They're talking about Mimigools. Wonderful. Okay, there we go. Barely made it back in time, but I made it back in time. Well, if nobody wants it, I'll take mana regen. Let's go, double buff. I can just be an asshole, dude. I feel bad doing this. Frick. Murder! Morbius! Tragic. Apparently their Anubis is not a gamer, though. Oh my god, wait, there's an internal cooldown. That wasn't there yesterday. What? Or not yesterday, but Thursday. There's it shows you the cooldown for Gem. It didn't yesterday. Thursday. Didn't play yesterday. You know what I mean? During this beta weekend, it didn't. That's fascinating. That's unfortunate. I let go of left click and the game was like, you want to keep auto-attacking? Ah! He missed. Archfriend. They're not just talking about Mimighoul. They're talking about Mimighoul Archfiend. And have been this entire time. Ouchie. I like how I pressed that before I got stunned. I got stunned before it came out, and then the game was like, oh yeah, you still want to fire that? Okay. So now I'm stuck committed to it. Thank you, game. Very cool. Dick melon. Oh. No. Ooh, he no likey. Why he hate me specifically? Oh, now they're talking about other Mimigles. They remembered the rest of the archetype after giving way more time to one card. Hi, Marcus. I do have enough. So we're gonna back for Eldritch. Get a huge power spike, and then we're gonna get Pendant. Here it is. We're gonna get Pendant second. Now they're explaining how flip summoning works. Huh? He doing? I have 3 buffs. I am become death. Fear me. Oh no. He missed the stun. I don't have enough lifesteal yet or power. Tragic. So sad. That was just everyone trying to steal a kill from me. There were 3 people trying really hard to blatantly jack a kill from me. I don't think it was just I did anything to make them want to steal a kill. I just think they all wanted to kill him. That was my kill, man. That didn't hit him, but I'll take it. They're suggesting running Cyberjar now. Sorry, is Mimigul just the flex tape of flip monsters? Like, I don't understand. Oh! Okay, whoa, okay. That stun did not come out of where I was looking. What's the second item? Gem of Focus. Oh, okay. Right, anyway, yeah, let me actually go grab Typhons. And then probably Book next. Because I feel like we're okay on mana. Maybe we'll go for some Pen afterwards, honestly. It might not be the worst thing to do. Might not be the worst idea to go to Pen Island. Please, there we go. Hi there. Ow. Okay, that is a power Bacchus. No, it's not. Why did he hit that hard? Can I see his stats yet? No. I don't like not being able to see my opponent's stats, because I feel like that should not have done hundreds of damage. Oh well. Maybe I won't get Book. Maybe we'll just get, like, Pen and mana regen and anti... I need anti-heal as well. Shit, I've got to get Divine Ruin. Man, getting double tick damaged feels awful, dude. How much do I need from here? Oh, I have enough. Shit. No. Unfortunate. I'll say you. That's a tornado! That was not unpleasant to get hit by. Why'd he target to me? Why'd he pivot to me? No, 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 no. Up good. We're fine. Fenrir, hit it. Let me out. Odin, what are you doing? Okay, well now I can just go back in at this point. Yo, Morbius. No. Nope. He's moved. Yeah, but... Oh dear. Yeah, okay. He just perma-slows me. Why can Loki just perma-slow you? That's so stupid. Loki's such a fun character to fight against, right, chat? Where's the item? Where's the item? Where's the item? Divine Ruin I want to get, but the other item is somewhere. Not World Stone. Maybe we get World Stone. Cosmic Horror, that's the one. Yeah, maybe that'll be our 3 items. Yeah, I guess we should get Divine Ruin. Okay, 775. Oh no! Goodbye, Welt. How did he ult again? Wait, how did he double ult? Wait, I swear he just ulted like 30 seconds. I swear I saw an ult on my way out of spawn. I'm gonna cry. I thought he ulted already. What? Okay, I cry. I don't have the damage to stop that from happening. Hold on. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'll be right back.
In time, I will apologize.
Hello, chat. I'm
Better.
not feeling well. Ender's here. We're not going to be playing
Hello,
any
chat.
games. Probably, maybe, we'll see. But we are going to watch some games. Ender knows fuck all about Yu-Gi-Oh! He's here because I don't feel well right now.
Yeah. Robin tried teaching me. I didn't understand any of it. So
It's true. It happened on stream. You can go find the VOD somewhere. Although I think part of the problem is that that's a terrible starter product. Oh boy, more Friendsmith. It'd take until round 6 to get a Snake Eye mirror. Get it? It's a GX reference. Because Bonfire is from GX, even though it didn't get printed until 2023.
I get it. I don't get it.
Yeah, so, Hun, there's a card in Yu-Gi-Oh! Called Reinforcement of the Army. You add a level 4 or lower warrior monster from your deck to your hand. Well, in the anime, there was a card called Bonfire. And Rhoda is from, like, 2003, right? Bonfire is from an anime episode that aired in, like, 2007. If that. Might have been 06. Bonfire is Rhoda, but for Pyro-type monsters.
Interesting.
Bonfire got printed in November of 2023. Yup. Get it? It's a Zexal reference?
I get it.
They just, like, legally mandated to quote the anime as much as possible?
Apparently. Can only have a limited amount of knowledge on the anime, so
Yeah, we should watch it sometime.
Yeah.
It's a roller coaster of quality, but mostly a fun watch.
The
space nipple. Oak just DM'd me something. I need to pause this. So,
what?
So Max Verstappen, for anyone that doesn't... Oh, we're still on the BRB screen! Oh, well. Chat, you didn't miss anything. It's Snake Eye Fiendsmith. I need to actually... Discord audio isn't showing right now. Okay, now they can hear you again. Okay, so chat.
Hello, chat.
So, Max Verstappen. 3-time running Formula 1 champion. Probably going to be 4-time running at the rate this season is going.
Huh, neat.
He also does sim racing. He got out of his car when qualifying ended. Did all the stuff he, like, had to do for, like, the press and shit. And then immediately proceeded to go back to where he is staying for the race. And he got on and immediately started a 24-hour race. Which he's obviously not running alone, but it should be noted, for anyone that doesn't know, this is the second time he's done that this year. That's not a joke. This is the second time this year that Max Verstappen has gone to a 24-hour esports race immediately after qualifying the day before a race.
Wow.
Last time it was the digital Nürburgring. This time it's the digital 24 hours of Spa, and I'm just... The fuck? Okay, saying he assumes iRacing, I would also assume that, to be fair. What the hell? That's insane. It's insane, not just that he's done it once, but this is now the second time he's doing it.
Has not been used yet?
In 1 year.
True, something to keep in mind.
He needs to chill, for real.
He does consider
Yeah.
that. He doesn't place anything there for Mitchell to take.
Which I think is a pretty big tell that the last card in Pack's hand is a Bestial.
Could be the case here. Looks like Mitchell Martin taking a chance to look into his extra deck.
Going to be linking away the Nibiru token as well as the Snake Eye Ash, going into Hida, going able to go after either the Snake Ash or the Poplar, just immediately taking the Ash and linking away, likely into Promethean Princess.
Yep, here comes Princess. Princess is going to bring back probably Snake Eyes Flamebird Dragon.
You called it.
And Mitchell's Heart's probably beating in Hyperdrive right now.'s playing quickly. He's going to link away the 2 cards for Salmon, Great Raging Phoenix. Then it's going to go into World Sea Dragons Atlantis.
Get it? Because it's
enough
the...
if Pack doesn't have anything.
5D's intro.
On the field. Then special summon them all back.
it.
And since Pack special summon, monster special summon to Pack's side of the field, Promethean Princess can special summon back from the grave, destroying the Flamebird. Then since the Fire Monster is destroyed, Raging Phoenix comes back, gains that 3,000 attack from Flamebird, and he can go straight to battle. But if he does have that Bestial, it could help with the World Sea Dragons Atlantis battle phase effect. Being able to destroy cards in the battle phase might be enough, unless it's a Druid Worm.
I think the way this game is played out, it has to be a Druid Worm, right?
I'm feeling it.
Because anything else, I think Pack would have conceded by now.
On attack decoration as Atlantis, I'll activate Druid Worm.
Here's Bestial Druid Worm. Let's go.
This is the one way to stay alive here. He does have the original to play off the Divine Temple.
So he's going to try and banish Nibiru to summon the Bestial Druid Worm.
Probably the only target available.
Yeah, this really disrupts. I didn't see which one he declared the attack with initially, but just normally Sea Dragon can just clear everything on the field with that battle phase quick effect, but the Druid Worm will take one of these monsters down with it.
Summoning in attack mode here. Going to be using his Atlantis to get rid of all the face-up cards here.
Got to send that Raging Phoenix, I think.
He has the biggest monster.
It's huge.
So he's able to stay alive.
He's going to take 25 and 27.
Yep.
Bring it down to 2,800, correct?
Yep. So there's still not a lot of actual interruption here from Mitchell Martin with these 2 bodies, but he still has access to the entire Fiendsmith line, I believe. He just has to find a way to climb into it. He's still locked into fire at this point.
He is
Unfortunately, we still need a live draw here. I suppose any normal summon can do a lot.
We've played this game before, but never quite this way. It's like an all-out war with these monsters that obey.
I will pass turn.
And that's going to be it for Mitchell Martin. So just a Princess and his Atlantis.
Yep, there's not going to be a Nibiru coming from Mitchell Martin's side. Yep, we're going to be normal summoning Effect Veiler, going into Anima. Wait, oh, I don't know if I want Anima. I don't want his Princess gone.
Anima effect target.
Really? Okay.
Are you worried about Nibiru? Or?
Yeah, I just didn't want to give him the option.
This might be his only way to be able to resolve the original, but he has the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring again.
Yeah, he wanted to have the 2 bodies for...
Unfortunate.
Oh. And that's going to be it. It looks like Pack is conceding. I mean, we saw some really cool things in there. Like, people were talking about like the effect negation on Pac-Man.
Not as unfortunate as getting double Cerulean twice in a row. That was funny.
We'll see if there's a normal Snake Ash, but we're going to be leading with
I wasn't there for that, but you know.
Yeah, so it's a card that whenever your opponent summons a monster from the hand, you draw a card.
He'll be able to maybe put it back in the spell and trap card zone with
But it's part of an archetype, so instead of the effect being once per turn for the name, you can only activate one more effect from the entire archetype per turn.
It's not necessarily a bad opening, it's usually a good opening, but it is very vulnerable to a lot of different interactions.
So, you know, you just activate 2 of the same card.
And Temple and Poplar, this is already pretty strong.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, his hand is no short of starters this time. Last time he had a few too many defensive options and had to just pass a turn on after just 1 Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, but sometimes that 1 point of interaction is enough, but now we're going to see a Link summon for Moon of the Closed Heaven. And Fantastical Dragon Phantasme always comes in and out of popularity, and we see it here. He's going to be able to draw 2 cards and put 1 back into the deck since Pack special summoned a Link monster.
Yeah, I believe this makes a lot of sense for Phantasme coming back into the format when you have something with the Fiendsmith engine that's really reminiscent of the Orcust engine, right? So that was a very popular reason to play Phantasme back then. It's a very popular reason to play Phantasme right now.
Math checks out on that one. It is a fantastic card. You can get this version as a Quarter Century Secret Rare in Rarity Collection 2. Actually, a ton of cards that we've seen in the player decks are in Rarity Collection 2 if you want to bling your deck out in all sorts of different rarities.
I don't think the Phantasme being on the field changes Pac's lines at all, but it is something he has to consider because he
How
doesn't want to
far-
be with obviously allowing his opponent to use Phantasme.
How far are we
leaving your opponent
behind
with any bodies on
in
the
the
field is
live
really
stream?
rough because of how easily accessible the Fiend Smith engine is.
Is
Hour and a
Phantasm only
half.
targets your
and
cards or
we're
just any
watching
card on
it
the field?
at
Your cards,
1.5
That's what I thought.
times
So
speed.
we won't be able to stop anything when he's targeting his own cards.
Okay.
You can avoid that if you can. But we see Fiend Smith Requiem coming down. The Divine
I have
Temple.
no idea
facing
how
Snake Eye
long
Ash.
this is gonna go because I don't know how many rounds there are.
No interruptions except for the Phantasme from Mitchell here.
I know
That
that
is
it's
one of
top
the concerns with
64
Phantasme.
for
He's
top
taking a spot
cut,
of
so I don't
something
know if that
else.
means less
So
Swiss
there's no
rounds or
guarantee that you will see
not.
anything to actually stop your
It's
opponent, but it does
just
help
a
scope your
long
hand
event.
to better position yourself and see those more critical cards.
Yeah, Phantasm is always one of those cards you want to be good. You want to be able to use it. But yeah, like you mentioned, if it doesn't draw into those cards you're looking for, it's a little tough. I know a lot of people are considering that with the Mul Charming, that you're able to just draw so many cards that you're always going to be able to sculpt your hand and set up the way you need to be.
I mean, that's always the issue with trying to draw combinations of cards, right?
Everything should just be a one-card starter, right? That's what I think that's what I'm getting from everyone online. They love the one-card starters.
Yeah, I'm sure that's everyone's favorite, Billy.
I like it. I like the power. I can feel the power.
I do think it brings some interesting gameplay when mistakes are allowed.
Get it? Because it's
Exactly.
from
Not
the
everyone plays perfect all the
arcade
time.
show.
It's just a prank.
Ah.
Oh, looks like we're going to be getting rid of the skill drain.
I hate it
feel
here,
like
and I
the-
want to go home.
So he opted to use
I
the
feel like
effect of
the rest of
Engraver
this
to force out
live
the
stream
Phantasme,
just
try to
gonna
get a card
be
out of his hand 'cause he has
gonna
the
be
additional body. He
us
doesn't need to
going
have
like,
Engraver on
get
the field,
it?
just forcing the Phantasme.
They
How do you
just
feel about
keep
signing
quoting
Skill
the
Drain going
anime.
Probably for cross out.
Ah, but he just happened to draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were mentioning that before.
Back target.
It's very interesting that he happened to keep that with his hand after the Phantasm had already resolved. I wonder what that indicates about his hand. It might have a lot of bad cards.
You got to pick up on those key things. The information you can get from what your opponent's doing. Definitely something you want to keep in mind. But yeah, if you get the Skill Drain, what else is there? Another copy of Skill Drain, maybe? I don't know.
There's no way to put in two.
There's no way he wouldn't put back Skill Drain over anything else if he wants to cross it out. I guess if he doesn't have cross out, I guess it would be.
Yeah, like
the
maybe he
case.
put back something along the lines of Snake Idea Bellstar,
True.
Lullaby of Obedience.
or maybe even a Fable Lurry.
Ooh, Lullaby of Obedience.
What's he
are we
gonna call?
Snake Eye Ash.
It's not in my deck. Say it. Say it. I don't have Snake Eye Ash. Oh, no, he does, in fact, play Snake Eye Ash in his Fiend
I think he
Snake
would be
Eye
kind of sasatisfied with his opponent saying, yeah, I don't have Snake Eye. I mean, that would mean 3 copies are in his hand.
Was it Cyber Dragon? Is that what Bowden called?
Yeah, all 3 were banished. that was rough.
Shout out to Bowden in the finals of the World Championship. Lullaby Obedience is a strong card if you use it correctly. Pac was one of the people who popularized this card actually in the past few months. Still rocking it here to the NAWCQ.
Yeah, but he was able to preserve his normal summon here as well by using the Bonfire for the Poplar, playing around Droll as well, but really pairing well with the Lullaby of Obedience. That is 3 cards taken out of, or not 3, 2 cards at least taken out of Mitchell Martin's hand here, limiting him to only 3 cards at this point on.
Ash effect.
Do you think Mitchell thinks he can only win if Pac loses? Or do you think he'll let Destiny choose?
A crazy sentence, Billy.
Fucking God.
You should just let Destiny choose. So we'll see how he goes about this. Looks like he is coming down now, going after Snake Eye Ash.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
this is one of
bore
the more
somebody.
beneficial parts of Lullaby Obedience that doesn't get talked about enough. You're
I
putting a fire
see.
in your opponent's graveyard for the Hida.
Hilarious. I love it. I love
Oh,
it. And now we're
no.
seeing a link for Celine. Celine's going to get some counters since there's 3 or more cards in the field or graveyard. Going to be able to remove 3 of them to special summon back
No.
the Spellcaster.
You're going to be summoning back that Dia Bellstar.
More time.
Oh, that's mine. I thought it was yours.
He was just so used to taking his opponent's cards, he was just giving them away.
For 2.
Yapusa has now hit the board.
How fast Pac is going really is making me feel alive right now. He knows what he's doing. He's putting back the Moon of the Closed Heaven, special summoning out Fiendsmith Engraver.
Making sure if he wants to use Flame
Notice that
first.
the only series that's been quoted more than once is
Likely goes
5Ds.
into, yep, there is the Moon of the Closed Heaven.
I wonder which one their favorite anime is.
We've already seen one Valor gone, so I think he's not too concerned about a combination of Valor and Nibiru at this point. He's just going to try to make the strongest field that he can from this position.
He's ready to go. He feels
Some
the flow.
Yu-Gi-Oh
He's gonna
fans
link,
get like
summon.
semi-tribal over what
Into
the
sequence.
best anime is. It's
This is
kind
the
of
point of putting
funny.
that Closed Heaven back in the field. Sequence is now able to use its effect, Fusion Summon,
Kind of.
putting back
Kind of.
the Moon of the Closed Heaven, likely the Engraver, as well as the Requiem. Maybe, or just the 2. No, we're going to go for Lacrima.
So,
Lacrima's going to let him either add
Fiendsmith
back
is an archetype that
or
just
summon
came
the
out
Fiendsmith Engraver.
yesterday.
Adding the Engraver to the field.
Yeah.
He has not used Track
So,
Discern,
you know,
right?
the fact that there are like hundreds of people playing it at this event is, you know,
Right, we're going to be overlaying those 2
Great.
level 6 monsters into Beatrice. I wonder what else you need at this point.
That's a pretty
But
good question most turns.
when
Like,
they
what else do you need?
localized
You
the
know,
card
we've seen
names
the
for
subpar
the
boards get broken pretty
TCG,
easily, so playing
for a
optimally
lot
using
of the
Beatrice
card
and not wanting to
names,
get
they
drawn.
just
Yeah,
remove
why not?
one
Why not? I
syllable.
like it.
Giving yourself all that kinds of additional follow-up here.
And I
Getting more information before he
don't
decides on the remainder of his field.
know why.
All right, so now it's just a line of Will
Like,
Will
there's
make
one,
Princess.
one of their
He has not made
fusions
IP
is
Masquerade
called
yet. So I
Fiendsmith
think maybe he just consolidates
Lacrimosa in the
field, makes IP
OCG.
Masquerade here.
In the TCG, it's Fiendsmith
Yep, and then now
Lacrima.
he can link away the
Where did the
sequence-
O's go?
sequence as well as the IP into Princess, and then use the Princess. Oh yeah, and we have the final extra body. There is the
I
Magnum
need to
here
know
being
where the
advanced to
O's
Beatrice.
went,
It's going to
goddammit.
let him And on most of the
Over
full field
there,
here, you're gonna have the
obviously.
Appaloosa, you're going to have the Flamer Dragon with the IP in the back, and then you're also going to have the Princess in the graveyard.
Yeah, I was
IP
gonna
in
say,
the
SP
back.
Little Knight here just to get rid of the Phantasme, which
What are we on,
also feels like
GTA
they force out
Online?
the Phantasme earlier in the turn. Nope, he hasn't done the Princess just yet.
P in the
Somewhat down
back?
line, but it looks like he's just
No,
gonna go for
like
the
because
flavored
people
IP.
can grab your IP.
Yeah, I
really
don't know what he's going
easily.
to link away
Oh, yeah.
the Princess into, because he has used a lot of the fire monsters in his extra deck already, maybe a Nightmare Phoenix, just to keep the Appaloosa invulnerable as well. Yep, there it is, Nightmare Phoenix calling to the Appaloosa, so it will not be destroyable by battle, which is pretty important in the face of the Phantasme.
Definitely, he's going to have to reach down deep, beat defeat here.
Okay, and you have the Druid Swarm as well, which can come in handy with the IP Masquerade. This could be a very strong SP Little Knight play. And the Little Knight will also be indestructible by battle.
Pretty cool, pretty cool. Definitely a good turn one here from Pack. Now Mitchell is starting with the Phantasme on the board.
Yep.
Appaloosa has 3 chances to negate with 2400 attack.
Enter battle phase.
I mean, we talked about Phantasma being a cool option. This is another thing that
I wish
sticks
that
on
I
the
could be
field, so it
screen
helps target
sharing
turn
my
a little bit
Dokkan,
of better
but
position.
it
He's gonna
just
maybe
isn't
force out
working on
this
mobile
IP being
Discord
pushed
right
out by
now,
Snake Eyes
so
Flameburst Dragon.
rip.
Potentially. He could wait.
Yeah, I
for
just
the
can't
Divine
screen
Temple
share
as
on
Wow, he
mobile.
attacked with the Phantasme, forgetting that the Nightmare Phoenix makes it protected by battle.
Weird.
well. Oh no.
I haven't
Now
tried
he's forced into main
restarting
phase
my
2, gonna normal
phone,
summon the
but-
Poplar.
I think it was.
It looks like he activated the Poplar, or sorry,
You wouldn't have fell for that at all. You called it.
yeah, well, I thought there was a purpose in summoning it there, yeah. Yeah, so on the summon of Poplar, he was not activating the effect, not feeding it to the Appaloosa here. You're able to summon out the IP Masquerade, threatening the SP Little Knight at any time. Another Phantasme hitting the field.
He has a lot of links on the
can't do
field.
that. You have to do. You have to use that as a trigger.
On summon?
I went summon IP, then go IP effect.
On turn
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, just a little bit of miscommunication there. He does not have priority to activate the IP Masquerade effect because he's not the turn player.
Because I'm turn player, so I get to make first. Correct, yeah.
But yeah, he's trying to say on summon of IP active Phantasme, and then Pack would have to chain IP to the Phantasme.
Yeah, I mean,
But he could do Appaloosa. Yeah,
Resolution
there you go.
he's going to use the Appaloosa on it. So I think there's only one activation on the Appaloosa left. So I think it was
He
maybe
saw
two
Poplar as
material.
well.
Chain links are going to be chain link 1, SP targeting Poplar. Chain link 2 is going to be Flamebridge.
The SP's going to hide away from that Phantasme since the Flamebirds will be chain link 2, so he's not going to be able to stop that targeting effect to banish that Snake Eyes Poplar.
Yep, he cannot activate that Phantasme here.
That's why you have to do everything correctly, really, to be in a good position. The deck does not play itself, contrary to popular belief.
Yeah, Pack is absolutely one of the best players at knowing sequencing because he's just done it so many times.
Poplar, chain link 2. Oh.
Practice makes perfect. Theory only takes you so far, I promise you.
Going to be able to add back the original that he added to the deck from the Wanted in the previous turn that he sent off the Beatrice. Even more follow-up here. Yep, going into the next game here, Pack able to take it very cleanly, having a much stronger hand with a combination of Love Eye Obedience, Bonfire, as well as the Diabellstar. We're really able to take
Bellstar worried about him just having a Snake Eye
Snake
Ash in his
Eye
hand.
Yeah, I
Mirror.
think this is one of the key differences after
Yeah.
the release
These are
of
not the
Princess.
worst
When
games
you're
of
usually
Yu-Gi-Oh! we've
prioritizing
seen
stopping
today,
the
but
immediate
again,
effect
like I was
because it
saying
do way too much,
before,
and
there's
even
not
if
a
they did
lot
have
to
the following
commentate when
adds
it's all
too many resources for the
Fiendsmith,
following
Snake
pick.
Eye.
Now, if you have a Snake Eye,
Like the
one of effects and
Phantasmes
don't
are
remember
cool.
the
We
control,
haven't
you still
seen
are
this
able to
card in
get your full combo.
years,
So
but
now you need to hold your interruptions and be a
they
little
have
bit
yet
greedier
to
with what you get out of
do
them.
Definitely. It looks like he did
anything.
need to search for some answers with that triple tactics talent to draw
Yep.
two cards. He did draw to a BCL Magnum. He's going to be able to banish that effect, be able to get the second monster on the field. 2 monsters can go into Moon of the
Tragic.
closed heaven.
Yeah.
Being a light fiend means it can fulfill the requirements for the Link 1 Fiendsmith's Requiem.
Yeah, Friendsmith, baby.
We know there's no Ash Blossom because the tactics.
Oh,
could be met
and
with
and
that.
then there are a couple of cards that they didn't
gonna
just
tribute
remove a
himself to
syllable
Fiendsmith's
from.
Engraver from the deck to the field.
They added letters.
Now, where does he go from here? Does the Necro
Yeah.
Princess come
So
into play?
so their starter is that guy right there, Fiendsmith Engraver. His name in the OCG is just the Fiendsmith. Yep.
The cameras either froze or they were deep in thought.
Pack was either considering his options or waiting for his opponent to continue.
But it looks like he's going to bring back the Ash, equip the Requiem from the graveyard to the Engraver, and now Snake Eye.
Also, for some reason, they
Requiem
randomly
himself to
added
Snake Eye from the deck.
apostrophe
They
S
get that
to
pop-up. We
all
have
of
not
the
seen it
Link
yet.
monsters,
Now
and
you
we
get
don't
access
know
to the
why.
Divine Temple.
So instead of being
Also, you get
Fiendsmith
Snake Eye
word,
Diabellstar.
it's
That's not where field spells go.
Fiendsmith's word.
Now,
Possessive.
field spells still replace them? I could see potentially
Like,
putting in the middle
okay.
of the deck. Everyone can have their own field spells now.
And one of them lost a syllable.
It is not a field center, but that Divine Temple's going to play Snake Eyes,
All
Diabellstar
right,
in the spell
then.
trap card zone,
Yeah, I have no idea why.
which is where you want it.
Instead of
Looking good for
Fiendsmith's
Mitchell here.
Sequentia, it's
Just use the effect of Snake Eye
Fiendsmith's
Ash, sending
Sequence.
The Snake Eye Diabellstar is going to summon the Flamers from
Thanks,
the hand. Now,
Konami,
I'll
for
be-
making
yeah.
logical
It's going to be a liquid Poplar that's
decisions.
going to put that Snake Eye Diabellstar right back in the trap zone.
Do you know what card would have gone really good if Pack had it? Mulch Army Perilia in this hand. Especially feels bad when you have to
Real?
summon Black Witch, normal from your hand, and special summon from your hand. That's 3 free cards.
I think he'd be happy with anything else at this point, right? He only had the Effect Veiler so far. No guarantee that that's all he has, but a lot of this has been walking.
Yeah.
I do imagine the Mulch Armies are in this deck.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something you want to at least have in your side deck for going second against most decks. There's really not many
I am
cards that are
now
better than
doing
it.
summons
Or
on
at least it can draw
Dokkan
you
while
into
we
cards that'll
watch
be useful as
this,
well.
because it's
So
Fiendsmith
Black Witch
combo,
coming down,
alright.
gonna bring back Engraver.
Yeah.
And the Poplar put the Snake Eyes Diabellstar back in the spell and trap card zone so she can summon herself from there at any point with her own effect.
Have to wonder if Pack is holding in Nibiru, trying to get the maximum value for it. There is a threat.
Shout out to the people that stuck around during the BRB stream, by the way.
Shouts to all of you.
When you want to summon off Divine Temple potentially.
You are
gamers.
gamers.
So
There's your Spectre.
And somehow very patient.
This is the Nibiru check.
I'm sorry, I realized me gasping may have been a jump scare after the last 24 hours.
That was a slight jump scare.
Gotta keep going through these checks.
Guys,
Always keep in mind.
hey, at least it sounded different.
Yeah.
No, I got a unit that I haven't been able to pull since it came out, and it's one that I really wanted. It's like the second or third most wanted thing in this banner
It
for
is.
me.
We do get to see it.
Spell Canceller for the Flame Bridge.
I'm really looking for
we were talking
LR
about before, like,
Broly
how does
right
he get
now.
we understood he sends Spell Canceller to the graveyard with Beatrice, but how does he
I'll take LR Kid
Flame
Gohan.
is always the
I'm not sure
answer.
to summon anything. Oh, looks like we're
I'll
gonna
take
be
LR
Flame
Kid
Bridge now
Gohan.
into
That's pretty
Moon once
splashy.
again. Flame Bridge is going to be able to summon back 2 monsters from the graveyard before it's eventually revived with something along the lines of Promethean Princess.
I'll take LR Metacooler.
That impermanent
That's the
still help
type
him.
I was looking for.
He has a combination. I think he has a combination.
You can also
Okay.
just have like Bestial Nib or something.
Thanks,
try and force out that
Gogeta.
one negate and then chain.
I wonder if I mean,
If it's impermanent, you definitely just.
is there a reason to hold it? Why even let him get to the princess?
Oh, it's just imperm alone.
Oh, okay.
But this is huge. Like stopping that Flame Bridge Dragon from getting back on the field means you're not
Fuck
getting
you,
Spell Canceller.
Krillin.
Locking him into fires? Well, not anymore.
You think he'll look to go Nightmare
Showed
Phoenix
up as my
protect
10th
Appaloosa
in
by
a
battle?
multi.
That would be hilarious. Be like, oh, but that's adapting and seeing like your opponent do something and then doing it in the next game. There ain't nothing wrong with that. That's called learning.
Imagine there has to be something better. That
I mean,
he
that
can
is
make at this
literally
point.
how you learn from a mirror match. Yeah, you're like,
he's
oh,
going back
person
and
did it.
forth
That's
doing
how you learn in like
Fireline. He can still
some
he can make it
esports
some
shooters.
SP.
Is you're like, oh, this
Yeah, you want
this
to take
person did a thing
It's
to me.
infinite impermanence.
Like,
we got imperm.
kill
You're right,
cams
you're
are
not
good for
locking
learning.
fires. But gosh,
I mean, he always
making
makes
SP stuff.
Lantis.
Oh, he does play Raging Phoenix still. You're right. We've seen some players cut Raging Phoenix and Lantis, though that's a tough card. I mean, that's a big part about the Phoenix cards. It's a huge package to go into your extra deck, so you're going to have to make sure you have to
Phoenix
give up
doesn't
something, whether it's
need to be
Access
more
Code
than
Talker,
3
which a lot of
cards.
players have cut. But you can still use that. The Access Talker is just 1 card, while World Sea Dragons, Lantis, and Raging Phoenix is 2 cards. But you got to find a way to fit all those cards into the extra deck.
Yep, there is that SP Little Knight. Probably
Well,
going to
you
banish his
don't
own
need
Snake Eye Ash.
Zealantis. You don't need the second princess that a lot of people run.
Yep, just going to be passing back here, getting the Magnum additional value.
It's Druisworm. That's a good search. BCLs have been huge this weekend in a lot of players' decks.
I think the other card is Phantasmic.
Right, so Appaloosa, SP, Druisworm, Princess waiting in the graveyard. Has the Poplar as a fire monster on the field. He has a Divine Temple to bring up the Snake Eye Oak. But Pack is going to start with Lullaby Obedience.
That is a strong one, but I don't know if it'll be enough. It's a very strong combination for Mitchell here.
I'll call Poplar.
I'm going to go for the Poplar.
Snake Eye Poplar.
I don't think there's another Poplar, but just in case.
You've got to do it because at a YCS, somebody got sharked for that
Right,
in
so
a
Snake Eye
feature
Poplar was added to
match,
Pack's hand. You can reveal it to special summon
and
from your hand.
everyone
Doesn't
defended
matter
the
whose deck
shark.
it comes from.
Having 2 really solid options between Snake Eye, or sorry,
Yeah.
as well as
Oh my
Poplar
god, I probably haven't told you or shown you. Yeah. So
No.
there was a feature match for a streamed YCS where there were a couple times that a guy said things and he didn't finish his thought entirely, and his opponent was like, no, you already picked, and then the judges agreed with him, and all the people watching on like Discord and Reddit agreed with him, and I'm just sitting here like, no, that guy's an asshole. I don't remember what it was, but it was like, there was at one point he goes, move to, it was because he's targeting, he's trying to pick a target, and he's like, target, and then he says most of the name of the card, and then he goes, actually wait, and wants to declare another target, and his opponent's like, no, you can't do that. Later in the duel, his opponent goes, moves to end, no, wait, and then the dude's like, you can't do that, and he goes, huh? And then he goes, no, I'm not going to do you like you did me. And people were not happy with the guy getting sharked for calling his opponent out for being
Doesn't matter
sharked.
if it goes to hand or field. Really strong here.
And it's funny because the guy who sharked had less room to shark for that because the word was not complete of the monster's name being targeted, whereas the word end, where the word phase didn't have to move, the word end had come out. You could easily argue that that's grounds that no, you have to move to end phase.
See if he uses SP or Appaloosa going to 0.
Yep, he's going to take both uses there.
Does he have a Diabell Star?
I mean, it doesn't feel great. He's going to be giving it back to Mitchell.
That is true. It's not his Poplar. It's our Poplar.
Communism
intensifies. Take another one
Yeah.
of the
It forces out the Princess because he'll take away his fire. Oh, no, but he has Divine Temple to give him another one with Snake Eye Oak.
He also just has SP Little Knight. There is Snake Eye Ash. Off the effect of the Snake Eye Oak, it's going to be able to get another resource. Either just an Ash for next turn. Yeah, most likely just an Ash for next turn. considering both Poplars are on the table.
So I'm gonna take Poplar.
Good play 3. So Anima's going to take the Poplar.
Yeah, this is what I was wondering. Did he hard drew the original?
Wow, so the Poplar was just a bait. He was using it as an infinite permanence to use all those negates out of Appaloosa, but he always had the original Sinful Spoils all
Galaxy
along.
Brian.
Does not have access to Divine Temple anymore. Might not even be in his deck at this point because he might side it out to fit more interruptions.
2000 IQ.
It's so funny to me that he used both of Mitchell's
It
Poplars.
feels
Like, I
weird
don't know, there's
seeing
something about it that
skill-based plays
makes
in
me
this
giggle.
Power
format.
cards.
Literally.
Little Knight.
So Snake Eye Ash effect is going to be activated, and he's going to use SP Little Knight targeting itself and Snake Eye Ash, it looks like.
Yep, and his normal summon has
Like,
been
this
used
is a
here.
really good and
can't
completely
Princess Vita,
shitballs
that's
format at
Princess
the
Vita
same
summon.
time.
Yeah. So what do you
It goes trigger effects and then quick effects afterwards. Visible triggers, hidden triggers, visible quick effects, hidden quick effects.
So now Ash is able to resolve, likely adding something, I mean, probably Oak, right? Adding a Poplar to your hand doesn't do anything. Maybe just another Ash, but that doesn't do anything either. Maybe adding a Poplar. What is that last card in your hand?
It has to be like a power spell of some sort to be able to do anything.
Is it 1/1?
Pass.
Nope,
It's
he's just a
nothing.
pass back. He gets the Little Knight back, and the Snake Eye Ash will come back to this field as well. But I mean, that is not much of anything.
Tough year for Pack. Now it's up to Mitchell to close out this game number 3.
Oddly enough, both his Poplars are in the graveyard, so it's not the easiest to get access to that Flame Bridge yet again. But we're going to go into the Zelantis from the Appaloosa, and that is enough.
Yep, and Pack's going to concede, and Mitchell's moving on 6-0. But Pack only taking his first loss in the tournament, 5-1, still an incredible
Dang.
record. But both these players are looking good to make it into day 2, with only 3 more rounds going on today.
Three more
Hard
rounds
fought
going
match
on
there,
today.
but
There we
a little
go.
Unlucky, only having, I mean, it used to be Infinite Ferments and Effect Failover was
I'm
enough.
assuming
but
that is
difference
a backup feature? Yes.
We're gonna go
And
for
here is round 7.
We're gonna get just that comfortable. Like letting someone go first, going into a
Ancient Gear.
Is, you know, Ash Blossom Joy Spring, or even some of the other cards we've seen. If you
We're gonna enter die roll, 2 and a 3. It's gonna be a 5 on Mert's side.
Ancient Gear.
And well, 1 die was more than enough. We got 8.
Mhm.
And I believe Mert is going first, even though Corbin won the die roll.
You too.
interesting here.
Well, you mentioned how this is like a very
That's
battle phase
insane.
oriented deck. And I guess
6-0 with
if you guys
Ancient
remember, a lot
Gear.
of those Ancient Gear golems, they do attacking, they do piercing, and a lot of times you can't actually respond with spawn trap cards.
Sometimes not even monster effects, depending on which one it is. But Merchon gets to activate a monster effect without issue here. Very familiar Snake Eye combo here, going from Ash into Poplar on the field.
Now,
Wow,
I think
Snake
we're
Eye
thinking, oh, this has to
combo.
be 10 pile. Oh, going second. Which other
Whoa.
deck's going to make me go first?
I mean, there couldn't be any other battle phase decks out there. But again, we're seeing that duelists are making a lot of their own choices here, right? Not listening to the chaff out there on the radio wave, deciding, you know what, this is what I'm comfortable with. I'm just going to play it.
I think there's also the element of surprise, like especially when people have certain expectations going into the tournament. They're like, oh, I know how to play against this deck, this deck. Well, what if you play against something you completely don't know?
I mean,
There's
there's a
certain amount of time
degree
you
of,
have
you
to
know,
slow down
playing
a
a deck
little
that
bit,
you
read
know
the
and other
card, read the
people
card,
won't know how to
because,
play
hey,
against
there's
being
quite a
good,
bit
but
of
then,
context
like,
on those cards that you don't know.
Ancient Gear,
We also know that
really?
there's points of interaction being so important, you know, whether it
Like,
is,
when the
you know,
deck is
Ash Blossom
bad
Joy
enough, it
Spring, or
stops
even some of the other
making
cards we've
sense
seen.
to
If you don't know the
do.
deck, you don't know where the choke point is, and so you don't really know what it is that you should stop. You just see something that sounds good and try to stop it there. But speaking of sounding good, we are going to the Fiendsmith combo here, likely as we see the Moon of the Closed Heaven appear on the field.
Seems like we're going to be shifting gears into Fiendsmith land. Are we going to disrupt this card? Or is Corbin just that comfortable? Like letting someone go first, going into a Fiendsmith, maybe he's expecting it, maybe this is what he's practiced for.
Let everybody just do whatever it is they want to, and then show up with the Ancient Gears and leave their head spinning. And speaking of spinning, we're going to go back into the deck here and spin out the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon.
I mean, this is a high-level YGO here with Fiendsmith Snake Out. Interweaving the play is probably one of the best things you can do. And leaving that Flambridge onto the field is essentially insulating yourself against cards like Nibiru. If your board gets wiped, you do get to follow up with additional monsters, which is very, very pivotal here.
Certainly, Nibiru always has an impact, but a lot of great duelists have been just playing through it because they're going to need multiple ways to interact. And speaking of multiple ways to interact, looks like that's what we're setting up here, as Merchon takes a look at the graveyard for the next play.
I mean, this is essentially an uninterrupted combo. We're going to see full combo from Fiendsmith Snake Eye. We're going to proceed with a Limit Summon. That's going to be Fiendsmith Sequence. Holding it,
There
committing it.
There it
is.
goes.
New chain. Lumber chain 1. So 2, another 1.
And just some very familiar Snake Eyes plays here, of course, bringing out the Snake Eye Oak and using it to bring out the Snake, or excuse me, having those come out from the Flamberge Dragon.
I mean, the board is being built. We're going to see where this one's going to end up. I mean, sometimes people have different types of end boards. When you go complete undisrupted, likely you're going to go for the comfort choices.
Now, are the comfort choices based on the fact that he thinks his opponent is playing Tenpai, or is Corbin famous enough for his incredible tournament run? If you see this guy coming, you know he is going to be running Ancient Gear.
I think Ancient Gear is just going to be, you know, the surprise matchup. Like, surprise, once that first monster comes down, maybe we'll see a little bit of a facial expression change. Like, wait, I don't know what these cards
hate
do.
my buddy.
Definitely be watching Merchon's face there once the first Ancient Gear monster hits the board. But speaking of the board, looks like we are taking a look at the extra deck here, and we're going to pull out.
IP Masquerena.
Pain.
Okay. It's a great setup here. What a
I
wonderful
am
setup.
in
Getting
pain.
basically access to every single major combo piece. Sequence and IP Masquerena going into a 2-material Appaloosa, both got.
Does have that little bonus there from IP Masquerena, but of course we are going to go Fiendsmith on. Sequences effect and Engraver passing over the table. It is a relatively new card, right? You feel like you've seen it quite a bit, but it's only been turned illegal since yesterday.
So that's going to be, I think it's Engraver that's going to be putting back something. So we are passing it to the judge to confirm the card effect. No, new cards, as you just said.
Brand new stuff there, but looks like Fiendsmith sequence going back into the extra deck to show up later in the duel, and Fiendsmith Engraver on the field. Again, you would never know what's coming at this post of the duel. Nothing strange here yet.
Now we're going to take the two monsters that are not Appaloosa, and we're going to continue to link summon them. Which monster are we going to come out? It's pretty generic. We got ourselves a DFL star, and we are remaking Sequence. Now, Sequence, I believe that one is not once per turn. Only Requiem is. Now we're going to use the effect of Sequence.
Oh, wow.
We're going to go for 3. We're going to see a little bit of a Desiree play right here. That's 3 material. That's not Lacrima.
Now, Desiree had made such a huge impact yesterday, but we haven't seen it show up that much on the featured match stage. And again, powerful as it might be, again, with that non-targeting negate.
Now we're going to be going into Wanted. That is the secret of the Sinful Spells. We're going to get the DFL star, the Black Witch. Okay, so I guess now we're going to continue on. We're going to try to push forward into the Snake Eye side of things. Now note that there is still the copy of Sequence on the field. That is a link 2, and without any type of restriction, that can quite easily climb into the Promethean Princess. This is a very secure board. There's going to be a lot of cards on the field that's going to do something, and once we put that Sequence into the graveyard, I can't imagine that not coming back onto the field as an equip to keep that Desiree from being targeted.
Merchant certainly having a good time there. A lot of smiles in between effect resolution, saying, really, okay, we're really doing this. And
let's see how comfortable he is once we start seeing the new cards come out.
That is true. It's one thing to have just your ideal board. Is your ideal board enough for a deck that doesn't care?
I want to see the surprise here, but we are continuing our play. We have the Snake Eye Ash summoned out, and now we go into the Promethean Princess. Promethean Princess being on the field. I think we're going to see another interesting play here because we have Desiree to use Desiree on the turn 1. We can just negate our own Promethean Princess to get out of our own Firelock so that you can use the maximum material from that card. Or maybe just get rid of it quite quickly and just, just go into some simple link monsters.
Now, there's nothing simple about what we've got so far. Again, Merchant has taken so much of the board here, right? Just establishing so many great cards, but he doesn't know what's coming yet. No, it might be one of those things where it's a commentator curse. Maybe it fails to launch, but you don't get this far in the tournament with a deck like Ancient Gear without really knowing how to play through different scenarios, just like the one that Merchant is presenting right here.
And we are going to attempt to use the negate, I believe. Are we turning off our own Promethean Princess?
I think we are.
We're going to negate it, and we're going to take away the Flamberge Dragon. That's very interesting. I mean, I don't think that is what you want. But okay, we're leaving Promethean Princess up. That's very interesting.
All right, now here's where it gets different, duelists. Get ready for a wild ride. Even we don't know what to expect again, but this is going to be really exciting either way.
We'll start by...
That or it'll be really uninteractive. Well, it'll be exciting game 1.
Look at the gas from Merchant.
Magical Hound is going to get rid of one of these spell and trap cards that's face up, and that's going to be returning it back to hand, and you get to summon out this Machine Tuner straight from the hand.
You were right. Merchant was not ready for this. He's just going to have to play it like jazz.
Wait a second. What are these cards?
That's not Senpai.
Yeah, also Magical Hound. I think Magical Hound also active in the graveyard too.
It's a really good card. Again, there's a lot of overlooked cards because people, they like to play what they like to play, but we're going to see how good Ancient Gear is shortly.
Magical Hound, fantastic. I think we're attempting to get rid of the Sequence.
Yep.
Okay, we got rid of the Sequence, so that Desiree does not have the negation anymore.
Interesting.
That is going to be an Ancient Gear spell card.
Now, he cannot set for the rest of the turn, though. That's funny. It is basically just going to be all gas and no breaks from here on. Looks like it is Ancient Gear Advance.
Okay, so Ancient Gear Advance will not... Well, basically, you can't set cards for this turn, but also when you do perform a tribute summon of the Ancient Gear, you actually don't have to tribute anything. You just normal summon out the Ancient Gear monster.
So reading along with Mert here, when this card is activated, add an Ancient Gear spell or trap from your deck to your hand, except Ancient Gear Advance. Once per turn, tribute a monster, draw a card, and apply this effect. You can normal summon another Ancient Gear or level 5 or higher monster.
And now we also got Fortress into our hand. That's the spell card of choice. Oh. Gonna be putting that into the graveyard. That's gonna get Ghost Ogred. Wow, that could hurt. Oh, wow, the one-up call by the grave.
Hey, you called it right. That could hurt, but call by the grave is going to point that finger across the board and say, this is staying on the field.
Well,
look at that one card draw from, I believe, Magical Hound. Activate Fortress. Now we're activating Fortress. So Fortress, during the turn, they were normal summon, normal or special summon. You cannot target the Ancient Gear monster with card effects, and they cannot be destroyed by opponent's card effect.
Well, the Fiendsmith Desiree may come into play. Remember, it is non-targeting negation there, but
there's more. Your opponent cannot activate cards or effects in response to the activation of Ancient Gear cards and effects. We're talking about complete lockdown of any additional disruption when it comes to leaving that card on field. It's very, very dangerous.
Really cool stuff to see. You can see how he got this far without the ability for his opponent to respond between the Ancient Gear Fortress and the Ancient Gear Advance. He's easily able to add that Ancient Gear Fusion.
Now we got to the Ancient Gear Fusion. That's a lot of monsters on the field. And what's scary about having a lot of monsters on the field is that there are multiple Ancient Gear Golem-esque monsters that can attack multiple times. In fact, some can even attack all your monsters, and it's not a small monster.
Big damage without the ability to respond. That sounds like the combination for a great deck here.
So we're going to be adding 2 spells. So that is the effect of the Ancient Gear Dark Golem. If that manages to come onto the field, you get to add 2 Ancient Gear cards into your hand.
And or Gear Town. So the sky's the limit in terms of choices, but looks like we're going to add another copy of the Fortress there just to be protecting that monster.
Ancient Gear Fusion has been activated. You can use Ancient Gear Golems in your deck as material. Otherwise, you're going to have to do the regular fusion. And we're just going to launch them into the graveyard.
No, you're fine. It's up to them. I have no idea. I'll focus on it.
Ancient Gear Commander?
Yeah, you're good.
Hey, there's that glorious dual disc across its chest.
Yes.
Yes, we're
How
Why
many
does
are we
the
gonna go for
monster
here?
need
You
a
can see Mert laughing
dual
and smiling there.
disc?
He knows he is in for a wild ride.
Yeah, I know. I connotated.
Because screw you.
I should have read it. That guy.
So is it Ancient Gear card effects on field or anywhere?
And we're taking so many of these monsters as fusion material, and that is going to be Chaos. Ancient Gear Giant.
4,500 attack, combining 4 Ancient Gear monsters. Again, for those who are, well, unfamiliar with these cards, it's unaffected by spell and trap effects, and your opponent cannot activate effects during their battle phase. This card attacks all monsters your opponent controls once each.
What's the damage? What's the damage we're looking at here?
Big numbers, because when it attacks the defense position monster, not that there are any, but also do piercing
Huge
damage. It is the
numbers.
perfect card to get through here.
Is anybody reading this?
It is at
Everybody, he asked the crowd, is anybody reading this?
100 attack points and attacks everything.
Cannot activate their effects during the battle phase. Okay.
We are. This feels like the Tenpai Transcendent Dragon.
It
but
definitely does. The battle phase is dominated by more than just one deck. There's a lot of great options out there, and so that Chaos Ancient Gear Giant is here to show exactly how Corbin got this far in the tournament.
Forbidden Droplet. All right, we're acting Forbidden Droplet onto, and we're sending away the Promethean Princess.
Trying to get rid of it, though. Mert is not out of the duel yet, so during the open game state, going to go ahead and bring out the Item Master
Wait.
Arena.
It is unaffected by spells and traps. I think he just put up a smaller monster onto the field.
And then you can't respond. So yeah,
So it's still
That's
4,500.
so huge.
Well, as Dr. Crowler always says, this might be a lesson in how not to duel, because again, you see this, you're going to have to get rid of it without a spell or trap.
Welcome to Slifer Red, Mert.
yeah, I doubled down on that. I don't want you to touch this man.
We are going to go into a massive battle phase. Last I checked, 800 is not bigger than 4,500.
I guess Chaos Ancient Gear Giant could go ahead and take the Forbidden Droplet and feel no effects afterwards.
We are trying to clear off as many monsters as possible. We gotta get rid of all the lowest attack monsters as much as possible right now. This is crucial. And I don't think that Flambird is gonna be summoning any additional monsters in that battle phase when it's sent to the graveyard.
You do not want to put anything in defense mode when literally you're about to get hit by maybe 4,000 or more. Piercing battle damage, this is insane.
I don't think we're done.
You can't. Is that the 4 and a 2?
Oh, I need to make a 3.
Yeah.
I want to see one more.
They can't go into the Axis Code Talker either.
There you go. I'm out of my mind.
Oh, now we can. Now we can.
Mert
Okay.
admitting that he is out of his mind here. We are too, just seeing some incredible plays.
Now that Access Code can be very big because there was a Link 4 uses material that's going to add 4,000 attack points to it. That is bigger than the Chaos Ancient Gear Giant. Not giant enough, apparently. Oh, but we're not done.
No, I don't think you would ever be done with a deck like this.
Ancient Gear Frame has been summoned onto the field.
That's normal.
And that one is doing what?
And you can discard one card to add one Ancient Gear Golem or one spell or trapper that lists Ancient Gear Golem in its deck from your deck to your hand.
You get the results. I'm just going to look at it. You started your turn with Hound.
Mert taking just a moment to read through the cards for next turn. Again, that Magical Hound did so much to get a setup in here, and again, the Ancient Gear Frame just showcasing that this is not the only play the deck has. It is not a one-trick pony. It has some subsequent options, and now we're going through the deck to find exactly what the next option is.
ADV is
I think they're just confirming the summon count at this moment. Like, is that summon legal? Is that what they're confirming?
Search for Ancient Gear.
I think it was legal. We're going to get the search for the trap card. I think that's either Ancient Gear Drill or Ancient Gear Duel or Reborn.
I guess we're about to find out. It looks like we're going to go ahead and banish the Ancient Gear Commander.
And then this guy, while he's out, my Ancient Gear monsters are affected.
Ah, it's the Ancient Gear Duel, making the monster unaffected even further.
I think just locking your opponent out from so many effects is just insane, incredibly powerful. Definitely everyone's rooting for Corbin at the moment. You can hear the crowd.
Well, I don't think they've seen anything like this before. For those in the crowd who don't know what the card does, again, Ancient Gear Golem and monsters that mentioned it in your monster zone are unaffected by your opponent's activated monster effects. Ancient Gear Duel is pushing this to a new level.
I think there's a little bit of a wall from the Axis Code Talker. Definitely coming in very, very clutch to wall off at the moment.
Hey, if you're staring down a big monster, the only thing you can try to do is make an even bigger one.
Ooh, we got another monster summoned onto the field.
Looks like the Reactor Dragon.
I think we're just trying to lock down that entire battle phase. Is there an attacker that just negates the monster on attack, and that would take care of Axis Code?
That would do it.
And then can't be targeted.
Listen, no targeting. There's just so much saying, you can't do this, you can't do that.
Well, it is the deck the teacher runs, right? He is instituting some rules here.
Ancient Gear Ballista has been now summoned onto the field, the Link summon, and I believe we're going to be adding a ancient, like rather a low attack monster, or is this going to be an Ancient Gear card? Well, I thought it was going to be Ancient Gear box, but that's just for the Earth Machines. We're not in Earth Machine mode at the moment. We're playing Ancient Gears. We got Gear Town.
We're going the distance.
Effective Ancient Gear Ballistas, and we're going to destroy the Gear Town.
Now, certainly by getting out another level 8 monster, that could really spell some doom for the opponent there. Maybe accessing the extra deck to do
So,
something
like,
interesting
is
to
there a
get rid
way
of
over the access
Who's
code
no
at this
longer on the
point?
field.
That's what I'm just like, I'm in suspense here. I don't know.
Unfortunately,
I don't know if he's gonna
that
out the access
cannot be
code.
destroyed by card effect. Remember, it was
Just sitting here waiting.
Destruction might not be the answer here, but we did just destroy the Gear Town.
I just realized they're both 5-0
Seems like,
and
oh,
1.
we don't
They
get to the
both have a
maximum
draw on
push.
their record. Oh no.
Okay, we're passing turn here. We can't break over that access code talker.
Kill the Ash code.
So just a big monster was enough to get it done.
Oh no.
Okay. Seems like we're playing the game of numbers now. Seems like Mert is not going to select a red just this yet. We're not failing that dueling exam.
He can still qualify for Obelisk Blue before we know it, but he has a long road ahead of him. But the Access Code Talker will help quite a bit with a graveyard loaded up with different Link monsters and attributes.
Yes, can. Does anything happen when it dies? No. That's nothing will trigger when it dies.
Wow, there's just so much going on here. So many monsters. I think Mert revolved that play, or managed to just kind of come out of that just at the skin of his teeth.
He made it to the other side, but that's all you got to do. So again, unfortunately, Access Code Talker, if you're an Ancient Gear stan, it is going to go ahead and beat down that monster. Now, again, for those of you watching at home, there was procedural error minor for the illegal activation of that Ancient Gear catapult, but don't worry, it is not going to affect anything. It is just a warning.
Crazy. Pretty good.
I think the emotions have sort of tempered down now that we have a simplified game state. We're still resolving things, but the big moment just didn't happen there. Access Code Talker, what a great card, and showcasing something that really you don't think about. You think about the big attack points for offensive abilities, but you don't really think about it for defending your own life points. We're just a big monster in a clutch like that.
Wow, that was an incredible turn. I was a bit surprised of the outcome, but here we are still in the Swiss round 7, game number 1.
Mert's still sort of beside himself.
I mean, he lost the Flamber Dragon without any effect because that was just a little bit too dangerous to kind of do anything, and I think you just can't respond for the most part. It's just this crazy lockout in that battle phase. It feels like Tenpai, but you're not Tenpai. We're just a bunch of stones put together.
Big old Earth Machine showing that the old ways are still good. Again, Ancient Gear, incredible to see after all these years, but hey, this is the same year that Yubel's been at the top tables too.
Now, I don't know, I think because we're not able to set any cards, the limitation kind of comes in, where you're not going to have spells and traps to disrupt, a following turn. So you're kind of a bit of an open book now.
A little bit. Unfortunately, the penance that you have to pay in order to play this powerful deck is that you cannot defend yourself. You just make big cards and go in.
We're going back into Ancient Gear Ballistas. You can add an Ancient Gear monster.
Oh, no infinite permanence. It was summoned this turn, so unfortunately the Fortress says no.
You cannot target. No targeting.
Oh, Mert just sort of beside himself again. It is a difficult deck to play, and maybe this is how Corbin's gotten through, just showcasing decks that people didn't study when they had to do their Duel Academy homework.
So we're going to zero out that Access Code Talker. That's just a zero out, like 0 attack and defense, and you get to destroy a card you control.
That is insane. I think this whole duel is insane at this point.
I mean, Corbin is showing his creativity. And I'm a little speechless. I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm a little bit speechless here.
We talked about it before. That's why the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game is so great, because those favorites that you latch onto, eventually, just like fashion, it comes back in style. And here, we might see somebody go all the way with Ancient Gear.
I mean, that's...
So we are zeroing out the Access Code Talker. We're going to destroy the Gear Town. Gear Town is going to attempt to summon out...
You can respond to this. You have
to sure, whatever you say, commentators being paid to compliment the game.
Summoning out? That is going to be Ancient Gear...
Anything to make it sound like Snake Eye isn't the only thing you should actually be
Welcome
playing.
back to the field.
He's back!
That's going to be pretty at least 4,500.
Big numbers.
We're going for big damage, and big damage, we get Ancient Gear taking game 1.
What an eruption of applause there. Again, Corbin taking game 1 with Ancient Gear.
Well,
the crowd loves it.
Here's the thing.
While they're siding,
Mert's
even though we're not caught up, I am going to go refill my water.
Game.
Oh, goodness. The cat's out of the bag, though, so it's true.
But do you
Stay hydrated, chat.
That's true. I don't know that I know what to do against it. It's so cool to be able to see, again, these powerful fan favorite cards really showcasing just how far Ancient Gear has come, but the general game plan is still there. Get to the battle phase and punch.
I mean, just the amount of lockout. I mean, if you like to say objection or no to your opponent, this has to be the deck to do it. Oh, I want to activate my impermanence. Oh, no, you can't target my card. Oh, I want to respond to your summon. Oh, no, you can't respond to any of my normal summons. I just like saying no to everything that you have in your hand. What if you have 3 or 4 disruptions in the hand? Oh, no, you can't activate any of those. You just have to play as is.
It's just such an incredible way to lock out your opponent from so many different effects.
And I think Bert's going to be under the pressure now. Do I choose to go first, or do I choose to go second?
Kind of shaking in his deck box there, but again, he's taking a look at the side deck card, just thinking, okay, little Nando said, I'm going to do this.
Yeah, I'm definitely ready to side against Ancient Gear. I definitely prepared my side deck for Ancient Gear of all decks. You can see, it's like, I don't know what's going on exactly. Okay, well, I know there are some very powerful monsters that aren't affected by spells and traps, so Infinite Impermanence, Droplet, they might not save me this time around. And what do you do?
Can you imagine it is 2024 and you're like, I'm going to put Infinite Impermanence in my side deck. That sounds like a good idea. Let me take this out of the main deck and put it in the side deck.
Yeah, these cards aren't working. Do I go first or do I go second? It's Fusion. Maybe I could put in like the Dimension Barrier. Do I play Dimension Barrier? Is that the right call for me?
Shaking his head just a little bit there, Mert. Maybe not as certain on the side deck choices as he thought.
Yeah, I think I need a little bit of a spell trap removal just to get rid of those fortresses.
Spell and trap removal is something that, some duelists, you either run it or you don't, but Corbin feeling pretty confident here.
Yeah, it's just like how happy he is. I'm like, okay, I'm probably going to be going second again, maybe. Or am I going to be treated like a Tenpai player where, I guess I'm going first, but maybe I got something else up my sleeve. Who knows?
You've got to have a game plan, though, for going first. You have to know if you're going to scare somebody with a battle phase that bad, there must be some sort of turn 1 play that keeps you alive long enough to get to turn 3.
Yep. We're going to see if that's going to happen here.
Well, he's
ready. He's like, I'm ready for any kind of duel. Like, I'm prepared for the Fiendsmith, Snake Eye, Fiendsmith, Yubel. I'm just not going to let you activate stuff.
Yeah, you know what? Why don't I just not let you play the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Gaming? Just give you a big old mechanized melee to the face.
Is that the attack of the
It is, mechanized melee. That is the name of the attack there of Ancient Gear Golem. Just so wild to see it, right from the first episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! GX to the featured match stage of the World Championship qualifiers.
Oh, boy. I mean, this is a blast from the past.
Help
Ancient
me!
Gear.
Did you see that? Mert just help me, pointing at this guy.
This guy? What is he doing?
What is he doing? Oh, it's just absolutely incredible. Again, the crowd's certainly happy to be there, waving at home. And I mean, if they know what to do, I don't know if they're going to be able to help Mert from here because the decks are already locked in. Whatever anti-ancient gear stuff, I guess it's time to break out the elemental heroes and skyscraper.
And now we're going to move on to game number 2.
All right, now here's the big moment. Is he going first or second?
Mert's going first. Mert's
Okay.
going first. Will he be able to develop a different kind of field? Maybe this time around, if he does go for the same end field, perhaps he's going to choose the draw phase, summon out that IP Master Arena a little bit earlier, or rather, just try to save up your effects, because that mechanical hound in the hand effect is getting rid of the sequence, turning off Desiree, the key negate that was the only one that really could interact with the fortress.
Now, I wonder if that was a really deliberate inclusion in the main deck to be like, I am going to be facing these Fiendsmith decks. Maybe I do need a way to get rid of the non-targeting removal, because that's kind of the only thing that would deal with Ancient Gear, because they could be targeted. Maybe they can have something happen to them. But speaking of things happening, we're going to a traditional Snake Eye combo, Ash to Poplar, Poplar to the field, and Divine Temple to Snake Eye from the deck to
Oh,
the hands.
Robin's missing out.
And the monster being placed into the spell and trap zone is going to be none other than Snake Eye Diabell Star.
If a little lull in the storm here, Mert is really going to have to figure out what to do here. Now, there are some really cool things that Snake Eyes can do. Of course, now that it's got more level 8 monsters, could put out maybe a Hope Harbinger Dragon, which was popular at YCS Indianapolis for the deck. That would be a way to get rid of some of the spells and maybe direct some of the attacks away, but that would be a very difficult board to set up and wouldn't necessarily give you all the options you need.
Yep. Oh, we're going to activate Fiendsmith Engraver now that we've gone from the Snake Eye Ash to the Snake Eye Oak. Oak summoning back the Ash, and now we're adding a Fiendsmith track from the Engraver effect. Do you just let them develop a field full of cards at this point and just try to go to the battle phase and just swing over everything? Just mechanized melee left, 1-2, give him the good old 1-2.
It seems like that might be Corbin's going first lane, again, because he cannot set cards because of the effects of his own Ancient Gear cards. You kind of just have to play it, right? You're either in it to win it or you're not, but that's gotten pretty far. Speaking of far, looks like we are seeing Fable Blurry run from the deck into the graveyard.
And now it's time for Friendsmith
It has to come
combo.
back, it's mandatory.
There we go.
Broken.
Mandatory effect,
Crazy.
Fable Blurry, onto the field you go.
No DD Crow's here.
Whoa.
Okay, once we get that light beam established, of course, how are we weaving our combo now?
So many bodies on the field.
Oh, this is interesting. We're immediately using the fusion effect of Fiendsmith Tract. And that's going to be summoning out a Lacrima. Because that was only 2 monsters. Here we go, 2 light beam monsters. Gonna summon back the Fiendsmith Engraver, and we are going to continue to perform our Link Summon. Was that the effect? No, we're looking at the extra deck. Link Summon of IP Master Arena. I mean, it's a really good card to even just load into the graveyard just in general.
Certainly with Flamberge Dragon at the ready to place it in the spell and trap start and get it back on the field. But now it looks like we're going to combine these 2 level 6s as we open up the overlay network into...
Are we going to go into Beatrice? We are going to go into Beatrice.
What else would it be? Well, Caesar.
Now, certainly this deck has a wide range of options. You almost wonder if a
Yep.
High Wave King Caesar
like-
might be a good option in order to stop it, but without the ability to even respond
I feel
to
like
a
for
lot of
Ancient Gear, actually,
maybe
you
not,
might want to
there's
go
not any
Caesar.
good straightforward answers.
So we summon out the Snake Eye Diabell Star by placing the Poplar back into the spell trap zone.
Anyway,
We're
ban
going to continue
Beatrice.
to use the effect of Snake Eye Oak, likely summoning into a Flamberge Dragon. Snake Eye's Flamberge Dragon summon onto the field.
It's just
Every
one of
play
those
is very
cards that's
important here,
really
but what's the
fucking
end goal?
stupid if you
That's
can
going
make
to really
it.
determine whether or not Corbin is able to punch straight through with another mechanized melee. I know we're having a great time here, but again, this is the North
And it
American
kind of
Western
always
Football
has
League, so Corbin
been.
to figure out how to get through this round alive.
The big thing has been that nothing could fucking make it that was good.
Which means technically, he's never been beaten.
Yeah, technically, never been beaten.
And,
therefore, I mean,
um,
people that are watching from home, they're probably
now,
looking through all those common cards. Those
we have an
ancient
engine
common
that
cards,
just
those
makes it.
recent releases, and just maybe this is the deck
So
I
it's
take
just
to
like,
the locals
oh,
next week.
okay.
Well, take a lesson from Professor Corbin.
Huh.
He might show you exactly how to play this deck. It's been so much fun to watch so far. Mert setting up his field, though, trying to figure out,
I
okay,
see.
you're coming.
It's gone
I
from
better
not
get
everything can make it and not everything that can make it benefits from
Now,
it
using the
to
Angel of Blue Tears, they are so impactful
anything
during
can
the
make
ball.
it.
Angel Blue Tears is going to be a very
And now
dangerous
it's just
counter
if you
towards Corbin.
benefit, you run it.
Angel Blue Tears is going to be one of those cards that you're going to be able to get a trap card set straight into, well, you're going to be able to get a trap card into your hand, and that's going to be very, very dangerous. Because once you set that trap card, it's likely going to be a dimensional barrier. I'm going to pick that assumption because that's like one of the best ways to prevent fusions from happening. But would the regular monsters Major Gear be enough to actually take them out?
No, maybe not. We've seen so many interesting trap cards there, so it looks like we are going to go ahead and banish the Angel of Blue Tears and find out exactly what trap card Mert has sort of carefully crafted his deck, and I think I just saw it was a different dimension.
It was a different dimension ground. Will that be
Ooh.
enough, though?
Well, you take away the graveyard, and that is going to offset some of the plays. So maybe Mert has figured out what the weakness of this is. And maybe it's just that Corbin hadn't run into a deck that was main decking Dimension Shifter, and maybe just robbing him of the graveyard will stop the Ancient Gears.
I wonder if that even is like maximum effect. I mean, take away the fusions, you know you're not going to get mechanized melee to the ground. Will that be enough? Are the cards just being summoned from deck? We still have access to the Ancient Gear fusion as well. It is going to be a different dimension ground.
Interesting there.
Look at the Nightmare Phoenix.
I'm seeing new stuff too, so.
We're going to go to Hita now.
It's your deck.
Poke Duelist, by the way, having a great time. It shows you that even if you are a serious duelist, it doesn't mean you always have to be serious. You can be a championship competitor with a smile.
Now, this is quite smart. With the different dimension ground, the forbidden droplet that Corbin is playing will have a tougher time because you can't send monsters for the cost.
That is true.
Okay, we're into the Fiendsmith line. We're pivoting back to Fiendsmith now. Angel Blue Tears, what a crazy card.
Yeah. Big misplay by me, bro.
Merc not exactly happy with himself there. Maybe had a different route. We talked about this too. While people are playing some decks and cards in common, there's a lot of different directions to go. And so this choose your own adventure story is up to you as a duelist to figure out how it ends. And you have to be careful with what it is you decide to play.
All right, let's. Well, even if you do, make a little misstep, you got to work with what you got.
Probably get like off.
Okay. We're gonna use the effect of Requiem. Requiem's gonna summon out Beansmith Engraver. I mean, there's still a lot of options here. Let's be real.
There's a lot of different things you can play, and you got to make sure not to play on tilt. It is true that with a tournament as long as this, maybe you're going to make a misstep with so many different duels, but you got to pick yourself back up and just make the best possible board you can from here.
And if it's any deck that can pivot around their own players, Beansmith definitely can do that, and same with Snake Eye, and you've got both.
Ah, here comes the Desiree.
Yep. 2 Engravers. And the Lacrima, Beansmith Desiree now has been summoned onto the field, and we're going to attempt to equip some cards. We're going to be linking away the Kita, we're linking away the Sequence, and that's going to make a 2-material Appaloosa.
And it can't be destroyed by battle. At least we'll have co-linked with that Nightmare Phoenix.
Yep.
So maybe that's the answer, right? I'm just going to have some non-targeting effect negation, and I'll try to protect my monsters from being destroyed by battle. Well, we'll see how it pays off as Core begins his turn.
I'm a little surprised that the Sequence is still in the graveyard and not exactly equipped to the Desiree to just get that 3-card negation.
It looks like we're seeing Pot of Desires here. Let's go ahead and banish the top 10 and find out if it gets resolved.
It does resolve. We're drawing 2 cards. We've got to resolve the other half of it as well, the Pot of Greed phase, to draw 2.
Activate Advance to search for Ancient Gear Fortress.
We're going to activate Advance to search for Ancient Gear Fortress. Did Corbin even look at the cards he banished?
Well, maybe not. Maybe he's just that brave.
I mean, what if they're all banished? Gotta be very careful. I mean, you still have to search for a card, but that's not a card you can declare at that point. But hey, here we
He's
go.
calling the shots. He knows what he wants.
I want my Fortress, and Fortress is going to start locking plays out. You know, that protection from Fortress, like, yeah, it's 1 turn. It's 1 turn to summon. You don't get to really interact with my cards. And we still have it. We have the Ancient Gear Fortress. That card is just incredible. It reminds me of when Branded gets to play Branded Lost. It just feels like we just minimize the interaction available.
Well, minimizing interaction is exactly what's happening here as the Ancient Gear Fortress plants itself on the mountain.
Okay, yeah, you're good.
And another Ancient Gear Fortress. You are not getting through.
Well,
that's a tough one.
The crowd is
Wow.
loving every minute of it.
And
We hope you
then
are
he
cheering
top
on.
decks Twin Twister.
Special summon 1 Ancient Gear monster from your hand or
Yeah.
graveyard. Also, you cannot special summon monster for the rest of the turn except for Ancient Gear, so we're locked into Ancient Gear monster now.
Oh, what a big problem for Corbin to have.
Oh no, my entire deck is Ancient Gear for some reason.
Oh
Alright, so
no,
searching the deck now.
I
For
can
which card
only
we're bringing
summon the
next.
monsters
What's
I'm
the summon?
trying to summon.
What do I need?
What a
Oh, no.
restriction.
Anyways.
Yeah, adding to this
It's
card.
like, oh no, I can only damage my enemies with
Special
this
summoning
debuff
right
and
now?
not my allies. Oh
You guys
man.
saw the Ancient Gear Commander there at the ready?
Oh no.
I mean,
Anyways.
it is one of the best monsters to summon onto the field.
Absolutely.
Like, oh no, I picked up a thing that disables friendly fire in my Halo
No
Reach
normal summon
lobby.
yet.
Now what'll I
We're gonna
do?
summon a tanker.
All right, looks like we ended up choosing
Yeah.
Ancient Gear card here. So again, Ancient Gear Taker, we've talked around a little bit.
So
Maybe
sad.
More special summon, you get to special summon another Ancient Gear
Alexa,
monster from
you
your
know
hand.
what to
Summon
do.
Ancient Gear Taker, ignoring its summon conditions. Or if your opponent controls a monster, you can even choose one from your graveyard instead.
And we're gonna go for Ancient Gear Darkhold,
I
adding
be
2
careful
Ancient
not
Gear
to
cards
say
to the
that
hand.
too loud.
Hey, but wait, there's
I don't
more.
know what'll
You can
happen if
also
I say
target
it
a face
too
up card you controls and destroy it, and for the rest of the turn, all monster control. and
Alexa
Ancient Gear no longer mentioned, it gains
accidentally
600 attack,
doxes
making
your
that
address.
feel a little easier, right? Just so many attack points that might be able to end this
My
duel
mic
in a
wouldn't
single
pick it
battle
up,
phase.
but
This is incredible. Seeing
mean,
Ancient
yeah.
Gears versus one of the favorite decks out there, just duking it out.
All this card.
This is a reminder for any duelist at home. Next time somebody tells you not to play a deck, you put this exact duel on and show them that anything can win it.
Okay, so now we get the different dimension card activated, so we're under essentially a dimension fissure for the turn. Is that going to matter to Corbin? Or would the dimensional barrier have been the better choice?
Well, it looks like the Wyvern's going to grab another Ancient Gear card. We're going to find out here what is next. It's true, Dimensional Barrier would have locked it out of Fusion, but this is just locking out of the graveyard, so we'll see which of those two options would have been the better one.
Oh no, he banished one of the cards he wanted.
Oh, I guess he should have checked his Pot of Desires there, but he can make a different choice.
I mean, you're still adding 2 cards. 2 cards of any Ancient Gear need. We got the Ancient Gear Fusion, okay. Here we go, Ancient Gear Fusion. Are we gonna go for the 4?
I think so.
Desiree's effect is actually quite interesting.
that was
Desiree
good.
doesn't target on the game.
It doesn't. So we're using 3 materials there. Oh, there's the 4th one.
I don't mind banishing all my cards. Here we go.
Not for a monster like that.
Your opponent cannot activate cards or effect in response to your Ancient Gear cards and effects.
And they can't be destroyed by your opponent's card effects.
This will get banished.
Okay, bash?
Yeah, because oh no, it's only monster period.
Yeah, they're gonna be banished because we are under DDG. Oh, there's a lot of damage here, but we still have IP Masquerade. I think we're gonna attempt to clear off our own monster with IP Masquerade. Maybe put up that giant X code once again. We're trying everything to stay alive.
Like last turn.
Gotta do what you gotta do.
Is this a scenario that's been playing out in Corbin's head during practice time and time again? These are the boards that they're going to try to interact with me. I'm already prepared. I'm 1 step ahead.
He might be. I mean, you have to get something on the board that can answer that. And speaking of time, we are sort of winding down again. This is game 2, and there's only about 6 minutes left on the clock. With a battle phase-based deck, there might be a photo finish. But going in now, looks like we're on to our next Link Summon.
Oh, we are trying to zero out some monsters here. So we're going to go to Ancient Gears Ballista. That's going to add Gear Town onto the field. What are we attempting here? I mean, don't forget, that IP Masquerade can only activate during the main phase. So this may, or attempting to leave main phase. Are we going to see the IP Masquerade activate?
This would be the one chance.
Is that 45?
Yeah, 45.
45. You're going to have to activate. This is Force. This is a Force IP Masquerade right away. We're going to take 3 monsters. We're going to clear away as much as we can. Or maybe take all 4. You can't technically take all 4, still make the access code Docker.
And depending on where you place it, you might be able to co-link it and therefore keep it from being destroyed by battle, even if it does get zeroed out, although it would be painful of a punch still.
Yeah, absolutely.
They will not get banned.
But if it does get zeroed out, that's a lot of battle damage still going through. You got to be clear with your choices here. You got to make it clear of what you're going for in terms of what your links with the IP Masquerade. Are we attempting to use the IP?
Maybe the opponent had a response?
Ancient Gear, Giant, Chaos, Ancient Gear, Giant.
Just big numbers, so we are still going in?
I think those are going to get banished because that is from, they're still on DDG. We're going to go to access code target, that's going to be co-linked. Yeah, that's going to be co-linked to that. Yeah, just make sure you summon to the correct arrow because you can't just summon to some blank main monster zone.
Access code Tucker on the field, certainly a big monster.
So it cannot be destroyed by card effect. Oh, we're going to play the Ancient Gear. We're going to target the access code Tucker and use the Ballista effect, zeroing it out.
And there's the Ancient Gear Reactor Dragon, so big numbers here. Maybe the fact that it can't be destroyed by battle will actually cut against him with multiple Ancient Gear monsters attacking the access code Tucker.
Oh, another Ancient Gear card.
Destroys this guy.
We're destroying our own copy.
Neat.
Of Ancient Gear Ballista?
Yep.
Nope. Oh, that's what destroyed,
Well,
so we're
then.
just talking about which card destroyed it. But we're going to battle. We're going to attack for 45.
Oh, here we go.
Game.
Mechanized Melee takes it as Corbin advances through the tournament with Ancient Gear. Crowd just applauds. Mechanized Melee takes it as Corbin
Perfect.
Awesome.
advances through the tournament with Ancient Gear. Crowd just applauding a standing ovation.
This is insane. He practiced for this.
Base,
He
but
was
I never
ready
want to
for
see it
the
again.
interaction, and he went with it. The winner of the feature match of
I don't care what it is, it's really cool seeing an underdog deck
Breakout
show up
Elemental Hero decks because there's a new
and
professor in town.
shit
It's
all over the
incredible
place,
performance
but
there.
god
And again,
fucking
it shows
damn,
you
that is
no
not
format is
interactive.
solved. There's always going to be
That's how
something
underdog deck
Yeah.
works in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, if they can
Just
succeed,
advancing
they're
the format
probably
just
uninteractive
on.
as balls.
This deck I would literally describe
Perfect
as
timing!
Like, the theme is just the Infinite Forbidden. If it was a good card in Infinite Forbidden, it's probably
Next round just
this
started, baby.
massive deck here that Dakota is running.
Let's
and his
go.
opponent, no
Yo,
slouch,
gaming.
Bruce was actually one of the 16 players that competed in the World's Qualifying
I've just been grinding
qualifying
World
point
Tournament
playoff
for
on
several
Friday.
hours.
Yeah, we've talked about all these players making it up to this point. They did not get their chance to qualify for the World Championship on Friday, but they're still holding it down, proving why they made it to the points playoff in the first place. They're still having such a strong record going into day 1 of the World WCQ.
Yeah, because even if you don't do
What's
well
with the,
in
like,
tournament, you're
dramatic
playing all year
sting
long,
going
you're
on in
really
the background,
probably
though?
more so than a lot of
Like,
the
did
people
you
I
hear
don't
that?
know.
Championship on Friday, but
I
they're
heard
still
that.
holding it down, proving why they made it to the points playoff in the first place. They're still having such a
What
strong
the
record
fuck?
going into
year long leg. Which
Which
one? Which one?
No
Just leg.
just any leg.
Just leg. Why?
For me, you know, I'm gotta
I
go with
fast
the right
forward
arm.
to
It has
present,
be
and
the
all we hear
strongest,
is
you know,
just
the
leg.
one he's probably punching with the most.
I do not to talk about my
Leg
other
it.
hobbies, but I do compete in arm wrestling, so maybe I should have gone for one of the arms instead of one of the legs.
Oh, you know, that's what I was thinking you might do.
Leg's
yeah.
just funnier to say.
Yeah, we always skip leg day.
That's why. There you go. You found the actual reason.
How about you, Asal? You got a favorite piece of Exodia?
Well, I guess if you guys have picked the arms and the legs, I have to go with the head.
That makes sense. It's the one that can win the game for you in the end.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to see. It would be really cool if he does this happen to us. I don't, you know.
About to give head.
If you told me that
My favorite
like
piece of
10 years
Exodia
ago,
is
it's
the
like,
third
yeah,
leg.
there's going to be a guy who's doing so well at the NWSQ, probably has a chance to go to the World Championship, and he's playing a 60-card Exodia deck. I would be like, that makes no sense.
Yeah. And, okay, so this is, like you said, the Infinite Forbidden deck, though. All of these brand new cards. And
Oh
I
my
think that
god,
also
he's
makes
playing
it
the new
impressive
Exodia
is
shit.
how quickly he's had to learn all these different lines,
Whoa.
learn how the cards
So
all
the new
interact
Exodia
with
shit's
each other.
actually kind of
And
generic,
I
and you don't
know
really
about
need to be
you,
playing
but
an
I never
Exodia
really
deck
thought
for it.
about, you know,
So a lot of
Kingsmith
people
and
were worried that it
Exodia
was just going to be
going
another generic
together
engine
as a
for a
combo.
pile.
Yeah, I mean, I thought people would probably
Now
try
this
out the
guy is
Millennium
getting
Ox
into
since
a
it's so
round
strong,
8
just
feature,
being
which
able to
means he's
activate
like
the
at
Millennium
worst
Ox.
6
you just have
wins
to
and a
reveal
draw.
5 pieces of Exodia from
With Exodia.
anywhere, the field, the graveyard, your deck. You reveal them, and you summon that unstoppable Exodia incarnate, and then you shuffle all those pieces and the Millennium Ox back into your deck. And I thought that would be a strategy some people would look at, because it's quite a strong card. It can negate a spell or trap. It lets you set a trap. A lot of people play this trap called Fires of Rage out of the Infinite Forbidden, which wipes out the whole field of the opponent. But playing the 60 cards means you're less likely to see those pieces in your opening hand. Even though if you do draw them with YGO Temple, you can place them in the spell and trap card zone and still get your engine online. But it's going to be an interesting one.
And the biggest point there, you mentioned things shuffle back into the deck. This deck plays tremendously around one of the most powerful cards in the format right now, Dimension Shifter. We're getting into game 1, though. Duelists are ready. We'll see who goes first because the solid Dimensional Shifter has been crushing so many of the top decks so far in this event.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it matters if you're going first or second if you do happen to see that Dimension Shifter, but I do want to see the Fiendsman Snake Eye deck try to go first, and I want to see the Exodia deck power through it.
Good luck.
I'm not a fan of re-rolling one die, but that's neither here nor there. You got to pick them
I've heard
both
your
up.
thoughts on re-rolling so far.
Oh, yeah, well, if you one rolls on the table, you got to pick them both up. You're rolling them at the same time, but it's okay. It looks like Bruce is going to go first.
We talked about him being prepared going into this tournament, having to have prepared for 2 different tournaments. Do you think he prepared for this? I don't think anything could prepare you for this.
Yeah.
I'm at least hoping he knows what the cards do, but we're going to have to find out how it's going to play out. The Exodia deck definitely wants to go first, but we'll have to see how he navigates. We've seen a lot of decks that want to go first, still do really well going second.
That's a good point, but so far no early interruptions from the side of Dakota.
Yep. No surprises either. The typical Snake Eye Ash into the Snake Eye Poplar into the Divine Temple. Divine Temple is going to get that Snake Eye Diabell Star.
Yeah, I mean,
Snake Eye.
Being able to add any Snake Eye Speller Trap means it can grab that temple. Not like
More
Diabell
like
Star where you're stuck grabbing just original. Really,
Liquid Eye.
Snake Eyes Poplar was pretty
Yeah.
impactful. It's been one of the stronger cards that's really catapulted Snake Eyes to the top ever since its release. In
No, but like
the reason Asal is so confidently saying what's going to happen is because we've seen this happen so many times. I
good
still
old
remember back at
gas
the quarter
snake.
century celebration, Billy, when you and I cast
Yeah,
together, and
obviously.
the lines were not solved necessarily. We
I
saw
was about to say
all
something,
these
but I lost
different,
my train of thought because I'm
freestyles.
I don't
busy
remember
with
what
the
the
game.
third one's
Jazzy,
name actually was.
But
I
at
just
this
know it was something
point, we're
stupid.
gonna see
That's so good.
Pretty much
Solidus.
the same lines, and now we're going to go into that.
The third state of matter.
Next.
Solid
Into the close
dust.
sky is going to let him turn 2 monsters.
Yeah.
Into a Fiend monster, so he can link
Solid
that away
dust.
into the Link 1 Fiendsmith's Requiem.
So-
That's going to tribute off the
I hate
special
you.
summon Fiendsmith
I'm going
Engraver
home. I
from the
hate
deck
me
to the
too.
field. And we saw him place that Snake Eyes Diabell Star back in the Spell and Trap card zone. Thanks to Snake Eyes
Everyone,
Poplar
please
effect.
unfollow right now.
We talk about how powerful.
Please, I don't
the
deserve
engine is
any
and
of
how
those.
It can be used in pretty much everything. As we can see it being used in Exodia.
Not after
the
that
Exodia
one.
engine is pretty self-contained. It's able to recycle itself just like the Fiendsmith engine does. Where do you think the synergy is?
I mean, the Fiendsmith, you just get 2 monsters on the field, and you can go into
The
the full
synergy
combo,
is
so
free shit.
potentially you're just using the Millennium cards to get those bodies on the field. That's my first gut reaction, but you also get then, if you can get to the Beatrice lines, kind of go for a lot of different things in your deck with a 60-card deck. I imagine you're not going to be drawing all the cards that you need to see to win, so you're going to be searching for them through other means, and I think that's one of the greatest strengths of that Fiendsmith line as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one of the draws about using the Exodia cards, I know a lot of people are thinking about playing with the Millennium cards without the Exodia cards, because Singen Jin Wakes from a Millennium is able to just give you free monsters that you can place in your Spell and Trap card zone. You special summon by paying 2,000 life points, and it adds another one of those Millennium monsters from your deck
Ooh,
to your
big
hand.
monkeys.
So then you can place that in the Spell and Trap card zone, pay another
Monkey.
2,000, summon 4, and then
Monkey.
guess what? You have 2 monsters on the field, which can go into that Moon of the Closed Heaven.
Yeah. While we're talking about the potential from the Exodia deck, though, we haven't seen any
Moon of the
actions
Closed
from
Heaven.
Dakota. Asal, how concerned are you seeing a basically tutorial of how to pull off the Snake Eyes Fiendsmith combo from the side of Bruce? It seems like he's just undeterred.
I think this is all according to plan. I think he's expecting to just let it all happen and then blow right through it.
Okay.
Yeah, it was 60.
Exodia Obliterate?
Exodia Obliterate.
That would be nice, but we do see the Snake Eye
This would
combo
not be the
continuing.
first time
We saw the
this year that
Fiendsmith
we've seen
go into
Exodia
sequence,
win a
bring-
feature match.
Summon Fiendsmith Lacrima. Lacrima brought back Engraver, linked away for Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess, and now we are bringing back Engraver. Now that he has all these monsters on the field, the world is his oyster. Where is he going to go to next? What kind of end board is he looking to make? Like, as you mentioned, Kangas, he's going uninterrupted, so he really gets to do his ideal board here.
This is like those times when I find the, Yu-Gi-Oh content creators that walk you through all the new tutorials and combos. Like, if you're never interrupted, this is what you can do. Well, that's what's happening on
If you're
screen
never
right now.
interrupted and
Typically,
you
Snake
open
Eye
the
doesn't even
perfect
want to
hand,
try to do
pure
the most, 'cause it
Performa
never
Pow can
expects to be
end
able
on
to
a
go fully
format
interrupted. It can
Apo,
do anything
a
under the sun if
Baron,
it really
a
tries to, but it
Borreload
doesn't
Savage
really
Dragon,
expect
a
to.
Baguska,
So you're
or
probably
any
not
choice
playing
rank
all
4
the options
really,
that you could possibly go to.
and
You
an
could
Odd Eyes
definitely go for
Vortex
Spell
Dragon.
Cancel like we saw in previous rounds. I don't think Dakota would like that very
2
much.
of those cards are banned. That's a high roll hand, and you
Something
die
a
to
little
pretty
bit
much
more
any
moderate here.
interruption and will
I
end
think
up none of that.
A
That's
little
right.
more moderate.
A little more moderate.
In
Yeah,
theory.
just a multi-material Appaloosa. I believe
In
that's the Desiree,
theory.
if I see that correctly
It
on
is
screen
Fiendsmith
there.
Desiree.
Yeah.
I think the players that have gone with the option to make sure to make it a priority to get Fiendsmith Desiree
But
on the
hey,
field
that's
have
just
been
a
doing
theory.
well
So
in
I
the
have
tournament.
determined
A lot of
through
people might have
non-intentional
overlooked it first, but
experimentation
having
that leaning
like,
forward
even
is
in
part of
any
the problem.
face-up card, it doesn't target. It just you have to
See.
pick equal to the number of equipped cards.
It can
equipped to
hit field spells. It can hit things like evenly
Which
matched,
is
a
annoying
lot of
because
folks
that's
are
just kind of
actually,
what I do.
Side decking so far, so
Very useful against cards like Dark Rule No More as
Yeah.
well. If you have a trap
Yeah,
card
that
to be able to
is,
use with it. Also able
Yeah,
to negate your own
really
princess to be able to
inconvenient.
keep you out of your Firelock on your own.
I have run
haven't seen that
12
one
World
yet.
It's part of
Tournament
a lot of
runs
combos.
today.
oh wow. See, there's so much potential in this deck.
Because it's that or watch
incredible what you can
Fiendsmith
actually
combo,
pull
and
off
I
with
can't.
it.
There's nothing to say
And,
about
yeah, Bruce
Fiendsmith
is,
combo.
let's see what Bruce decides to do, because that's a mark of the top duelist here. We know that he was in the top 16 event, day 0, as we've been calling it. And now also currently having a fantastic streak here on day 1 of the WCQ.
Definitely. Now we see that Princess coming down, bringing back the Snake Eyes Flamebird's Dragon. Snake Eyes Flamebird. Has he made IP yet? I don't think so.
I feel like I missed it. I couldn't tell if it's in his graveyard.
Yeah, we're talking about Exodia for a couple minutes.
I mean, he has the ability to put the sequence on the Desiree and negate the Princess if he needed to. But it looks like we're going to be linking away the Princess now.
It's going to be that Nightmare Phoenix to protect the Appaloosa by
Oh no.
battle.
Get
Seeing
the
that a
draw
lot
off
this
of it.
weekend.
Well, I don't think he's activating it, but...
Okay, well, I guess we're fine.
Oh,
So now
Fair enough.
Yeah, it was
Appaloosa
only a
will
moment.
be
Okay.
protected, which is, you know, a lot more common now than I realized, because, yeah, it was something that even Mitchell Martin overlooked in that our last feature match that we were on.
I mean, I think this is something that happens a lot more often now because there are a lot less fire extra deck monsters in your extra deck
Or not.
because you have to make a lot
no.
of, you know, decisions
maybe.
as far as what you can fit in.
Yeah.
There is a
What
lot
if it's
of
just a
cards in the
stream?
feature that
No,
you
it's
can't
not.
really
The
fit
stream.
into.
I
There
can
would
see
have to
that
be
it's not.
sacrifices. So what that usually means is there's no Raging Phoenix, there's no World Seed Atlantis. A lot of those cards are still in people's extra decks, but it's you have to pick and choose.
Yeah.
And it looks like
How much of
if you
this
want to
live
fit in
stream is
Phoenix,
left?
you don't get to have those cards.
No IP
I
Masquerade
don't remember
here,
how many rounds
just
they said were
Desiree and
today.
Appaloosa. Interesting.
I wonder if at this point in the tournament,
I would
Bruce
imagine that
knows
it's
what his
either this or
opponent's
next
on
round
and
is the
has
last
some
one
kind of strategy
for
it.
day 1. But
I don't know. I would if I'm seeing a 60-card deck, I'm thinking it has to
Don't
be
know.
like a tier limit strategy or something like that.
He might have just
Maybe
seen an Exodia
branded?
deck existing. Well, but yeah, okay. If you are expecting to play against branded, this is an interesting position to be in. Definitely want to prioritize having the Desiree.
Can't see what he activated. What is it? They got
Yeah.
Ash
Oh, it's
Blossom.
Full
Full
Trail
Trail
Goods.
Goods.
Okay.
Okay.
That's interesting that you're going to Ash the goods itself and not what it sends.
It is interesting. We'll have to see how it plays out.
Oh, it looks like he drew the Azure Rune, not something you want to see in your opening hand, especially in 60 cards. Oh, and he has one of the pieces.
Okay, it looks like it is
Yeah.
the Millennium
This is not a
Shield
one
of
more piece
Destiny.
moment.
we're a few
Dynasty.
off of that with the 60-card deck. But we do see Shield of the Millennium Dynasty. And,
Oh, not the strongest hand
that's just,
here.
okay.
So he's
giving up immediately? Okay.
After he realized he couldn't play through the Appaloosa, it looks like.
That is a tough situation for to go.
He
I thought that was my audio for a second. What the heck?
nope. Oh,
to
it gave
draw
up.
some of those single cards.
You see that lava?
Into
You see
Oh.
that lava golem on top of his deck?
Oh god fucking damn it. Oh no, never mind. That might actually just be the stream. I might have just broken it.
You borked it. Good job.
Yeah, I think I actually just broke it.
And he's taking out some other things.
Just refresh.
So I'm
Okay.
wondering if he's actually
Yeah,
gonna
okay,
opt
that
to
was
go
just the
first.
stream. I
If
thought that
you're
was my
setting
fucking
incel
PC screwing up.
judgments, I assume that means that you want to set up
yeah.
your field first.
Definitely.
Rather than
I still
trying
love
to,
the fact that
break
Windows
your
has an
field.
update rollback feature that
But I think
literally
he
doesn't
opts
work
to go
because
first if
if
he
you
has the choice, he
uninstall
just chooses
the
to-
update
he has
and or
to go
roll
second.
back,
He's going to try to break
Windows
the board.
just
Yeah,
installs the
yeah,
update
sure.
on
I
startup.
don't
It's
think
like,
he
hey,
needs to go
yeah,
second
so
with
that
this. I
won't
mean,
take
you are
effect
trying to,
until you restart.
Exodia obliterate. I don't think that's
And
a
you know what it
going
does on
second
startup when you
strategy.
restart?
Well,
It installs the
Just
update.
opened up with all 5 pieces of Exodia.
Could
That
you
is-
imagine?
Yay.
So that's how it's
Yeah,
going second, I
once an
think.
update gets pushed out on
But
Windows,
it's right there. I mean,
you have it.
They're watching their shuffle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
unfortunately, just didn't have
And
the
it's just like,
pieces he
why?
needed to break through that board here in game
'Cause
number
screw
1, but
you.
that's okay. That's why we played best
It's
2 out
so
of 3. It's gonna be
stupid.
his turn to go first here in game number 2, and
It's
hopefully
poopy,
we
Honestly,
stinky,
kinda
doo-doo
surprised
fart.
awesome
that-
Exodia action.
Mhm.
It was kind of like
I'm honestly kinda
anti-Exodia
surprised
there
Nelson
for him in game number 1.
hasn't tried to
Just for
force
the instant
11
loss.
on me yet.
Anticlimactic.
Oh,
and we
they've
were
tried.
talking about how excited we were to see this deck piloted.
Yeah, but
I
not
still
for
have
me
faith.
yet. I think.
No, I know they've
Everybody
tried
here
to
on the venue
convince you
watching,
because I
he's
know
made
that
it
when
this
I
far.
was
We
when
believe that
I
Dakotas
was
does
on the
have what
hunt,
it takes to pull
and
off
by that I
these
mean when
wins.
you were looking for
And
PCs
now
for
going
me.
first, I think we'll get a much better look at what the deck is.
I know that you were
capable
telling
of.
me
We're
how
gonna see what
like
it's designed to do
Windows
here,
was
and I don't
pestering
know
you
if
to
Bruce
upgrade
is
to
going
11 because we couldn't
even with the
find
knowledge that
anything
he's
good
playing
on
against
10.
The Millennium cards here. He doesn't know for sure that they're Exodia cards. He's seen some of the
Yeah.
pieces. But do you think he even knows what he has to stop?
Probably not.
Well,
I mean,
in that
the
case,
cards
it's
are
more
pretty
like
simple, so, like if you just happen to
laptop
read through the
companies
whole
like
set of
not
the information
offering
as
an
you
option
should
like
before you go to the
buy
NAWCU,
their
you
Yeah,
laptop.
yeah, because everything that was on everything that was on 10
players
was just
hate
like
reading,
terrible.
But I'm telling you, it
It
will
was
help
just
you
like,
become a better
okay.
duelist.
Yeah.
I promise you.
Don't listen to Billy.
Knowledge is power.
You just have to consider all the options. I
Don't
know a lot of
listen
players
to
out there,
that.
oh, Fiendsmith Snake Eye, only deck, best deck, tier 0, but those are all
No,
just
don't
buzzwords,
do it.
you know, gets you excited.
No,
There's
Snake
actually
Eye
a
is
lot
tier
of
0.
testing that can go into it where you can find a way to defeat those decks. I mean, we just saw Ancient Gear take
Yeah.
down Fiendsmith Snake Eye in the last round.
We've seen a lot of fun decks, and I want to give a shout out to the creativity of the duelists so far. We've had some very entertaining feature matches, Asala. Like, I would argue like 12 plus different strategies that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I'm surprised at how often we see something
Yeah,
different
but no
pop up, and
Melodious, so this
really
format's not
just
based
shows
anymore.
how they can still be so powerful in a format where we thought there was only one thing.
Yeah.
Usually,
so many
usually
people
tends
are
to be
sure.
that
Like
way.
Fiendsmith and Melodious.
And I'll even tell you back when I used to play, like, everyone talks like,
Melodious
oh, you go back
doesn't
to
lock
Flex
you
Synchro in
full turn,
2011,
right?
like, oh,
They only
yeah, it was
lock
the
you
best
for
deck,
after
everyone just used
their
that deck.
effect.
No, at the first YCS that I won in Toronto, there was like 12 of us using that deck. The rest of the room was just agents. And then all of us topped, all of us did well. And all of a sudden the
but
history
you wouldn't
becomes,
have first movement
this was the
solo.
best deck of that format. But no, if the players didn't innovate and try to do something new that everyone just didn't know was the best.
Oh,
then
you
never
also
would've
can't use
happened.
the
You
link.
have to
Never
do
mind.
the
Well,
work,
we
you have to
don't
put the practice in
need
and have to
the
find a way
link.
to be that inspiration to other
But
duels.
no,
Don't
you
just be as cheap and follow.
Game number 2 underway in front of us today, though. Dakota
Tragic.
down 0-1 against Bruce.
This is an opportunity to show his creativity here. Why did this deck get this far? What is it designed to do?
I see a good card in his hand. He at least has the Millennium Aug.
Yep.
So he will be able to summon the unstoppable Exodia.
Either a cat just took a shit or I farted completely silently.
Millennium Monster. He has an Engraver, it looks like, and that is what he's going to start off with, discarding Fiendsmith Engraver to grab Fiendsmith Tract.
Yep.
I just
You assume it's Tract.
You could be saying.
I'm assuming a cat took a
anything.
shit.
You're right.
Given
Well,
my
we see what he starts
given my
with.
current issues, I
So
wouldn't
congratulations,
I wouldn't
you were
immediately
correct on
discount the
that one,
farting theory though.
Tract is going to let him add a Light Fiend. Is it going to be Majesty's Fiend? Probably
I just
not.
imagine
It's
I
gonna
would have
be
either
that
heard or
Fabled
felt it.
Blurry.
Yes, sir.
All right, everything's pretty normal so far.
So
Nothing
far.
too out of the ordinary.
So you had asked earlier what
boy,
I imagine the
Friendsmith
line
combo.
would be. Again, I think that the idea for Fiendsmith is going to be get to Beatrice. If you're able to get something that you choose from your deck into the graveyard, that I imagine is what's going to be happening here. So if then Bruce has that same feeling, where
The
does Bruce
first
want to try and
Friendsmith.
interrupt this if he has something?
Well,
Yeah.
he knows that he already plays Foolish Burial Goods, right?
Sure.
So you imagine the Beatrice is doing something very similar, maybe sending something along the lines of the Rainbow Bridge. So
Sure.
if you're holding an Ash,
Yeah,
you might
I mean,
just
there's a
save it
very
all the way till
powerful
the
field
end.
spell in this strat.
The Wedge Temple.
There we go. Add a little
Why
extra
did he
flair on that
say
one,
it
really.
I love the Wedge
The
Temple.
Wedge
It's one of my favorite
Temple.
field spells. The Wedge Temple lets you place a monster from your hand into your spell and trap card zone, and then place a Millennium Monster from your deck to the spell
Sounds
and
like
trap
he's
card
like
zone
a-
as well, which
sounds like he's like a
special summon it. So we're gonna see
WWE
if that
announcer.
is what Dakota is looking for here.
Okay.
And if Bruce
True.
even knows that that card exists.
I hope so.
Slippery.
Oh, no, I don't
Bruce,
watch.
you're
I
playing-
don't watch
I think you would.
WWE.
Bruce is a
Care
veteran.
about
I
it.
haven't
He
in
knows what's
ages
coming.
Bruce is
either.
a math teacher. He definitely read the cards ahead of time, you know? If I know math teachers.
Yeah.
Although,
They can
I guess
read.
equations are different than
then,
card
like,
text.
word problems are a little tricky, you know?
Oh, I didn't ask what subsect of math he teaches.
Oh, man.
Hopefully it's algebra. All right. We are seeing more of the Fiendsmith combo here, though.
Lacrima is going to come down, and now it's going to bring back Engraver. So
Everything's normal so far.
we've seen this board a million
Ah,
times.
there is Nibiru, the primal
Okay.
being.
And this is before Beatrice would hit the field.
Indeed it is. So now he's going to take down all those monsters, give his opponent a primal being token.
In the Anima Zone,
As is standard, you can try and remove that on your turn.
you don't want to get caught off guard by a Nibiru token that's far too big.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
had everything.
So all that was time spent by Dakota
3K, 5,400
and
back.
answered by Bruce with a single
sorry, you're right.
card. What else
I mean, it
does
was,
Dakota have in his hand?
it was an easy trade, right? One card for one card. All of this was off the Fiendsmith Engraver.
You know, that's a good point when you put it that way. It's just there's so many more cards.
This was the big. We'll have to see if he
There are
does have
many
that Millennium
cards
Ankh
in the
his hand.
cards.
It works kind of like Shaddoll Fusion, where you just activate it and summon a fusion from
I believe in the
your
card
of the
deck. Well, not
hearts.
any fusion, just the unstoppable Exodia.
I believe in the
card.
fart
I
of
guess
the
it's a pretty good
cards.
It looks like he does have the
It
Ankh.
is quite good.
Is the other one? It looks like it's almost
It's the Golem, as well as Foolish Burial Goods and Infinite Impermanence.
okay. The Golem that guards the Millennium Treasures is pretty good.
So goods
Okay,
can
but,
get us to that
but what if
field
instead
again.
of
What was
guarding
it
the
called, Billy?
Millennium
I know
Treasures,
you like to say it.
Wedge
There we go.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, so you can place in the spell and trap card zone. He can reveal the
Guardian
Millennium Ox,
is
Yeah.
special summon from tablet form into the monster zone, and then be able to add a Millennium monster from his deck to his hand. Doesn't have to pay that 2,000 life points since he already has the Millennium Ox. Oh, sorry, this one is the field spell.
I never claimed to be an
Singenjin,
intelligent
which Millennium
cat.
is the one that grabs the monster.
I like. So we did not. We were not required.
Look,
then
look, look,
to
look,
use
look.
the full
I have a
clearance
refined and
in
mature
order to
sense of
try
humor.
and Get into the field.
What the
spell.
duel doing?
Okay.
It looks like I was
Exodia.
wrong.
Yeah.
Exodia got hit with a
reading the
rock.
cards, Hopefully for the second or third time.
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to make sure, like, you know, getting that one line of text that he wasn't familiar with.
I would not hold it against.
Reminds me of that one
Just
comment.
caught
Can you
by
do a
surprise
video
by this
about
deck.
killing
It was
people with a
not on
rock?
the radar of many. When we talked to the top duelists coming in, when we talked amongst ourselves, I did not hear this mentioned.
I
You know who else
swear to
didn't
God.
expect Exodia? Kaiba.
A classic example. Bruce hopefully has learned from the lessons of the anime. Episode 1?
One.
That was
Episode
1.
one.
I
Season
almost said 2 and I
episode
realized, no, that is
Yep.
That is the first episode.
lesson number
Alright,
1.
now two wiggling
Deck
Kierans.
contains no pathetic cards. However, it does
Let's
contain
go.
the unstoppable Exodia.
You know what I was thinking about earlier
zero bad
today is I
cards.
might
All
actually
the
make the
best
Wiggling
cards you
Kierans a thing
possibly
that stay on.
Pretty much.
Okay, okay.
All right, so the full service
So a
is
weird
gonna
idea I
send
had
that
for them.
Rainbow
Okay.
Bridge salvation, even though he already has the Wedge Temple.
I think what I want to do is I want to keep them
let's-
scene by
There's one
scene,
other
Can
field spell that
search
works
for
really
a
well.
different field spell here.
but I want to
One
have them
versus
just keep
spellcaster,
adding
that's
up
right.
over the course of an entire
Oh,
month.
everyone's favorite
And then they'll just
field
reset on the
spell.
You know who's a spellcaster?
Dark Magician.
The right
You're
leg?
right. He's the ultimate wizard in
I
terms
see.
In terms of attacking
That's not the
which
not
I
the
don't
right
believe
leg.
is true to this day.
Well, it's the right leg,
Yeah.
but it's not the
Yeah.
correct leg. The correct leg is the
You're-
third leg.
You're
as
very right. And now it
established.
looks like he is going to add.
Yeah.
Oh, Cobalt Eagle, of course, with
Yeah.
the Secret Village. Got to add a Crystal Beast as well. That's the advantage of playing 60
How many
cards. You're
Kierans
less
do you
likely to
have
draw those
preset?
one-ups you don't wanna see.
However
But,
many got
it's even cooler
23
you
because
get
that got
free
spam
monster that you
redeemed
can use
before I
with
time limited it, and then I deleted all
You're
of them.
right.
Because you got to place a monster from your hand.
I was wondering how we were going to get that, and there's the answer.
Oh, and we see a quarter-century secret rare. Singenjin wakes from
A
a
Kuxer.
Millennium. He's going to be able to reveal the Ankh special
not a
summon and
Kuxer,
add a
that's a
Millennium
YouTube.
monster, so now he can go after the shield of the Millennium Dynasty. Oh, but he's just going to grab another copy of Singenjin.
Yeah, you don't even need the
Fucking-
shield if you already have the Ankh in your hand, right?
Why are they showing Secret Village of the
Another one, because
Spellcasters?
if you get another Ankh, then you can use the Ankh to summon Exodia, and then you
Because
have another Ankh.
why
to
not?
reveal.
Poopy,
Next
stinky
card.
doo-doo card.
It's a fun one to say.
It's a Millennium item. And it's in his deck.
All right, I won't ask for spoilers if more will be printed later, but for now we got the one.
Chill.
And now what are we going to go into from here?
It's like he's considering.
Bring out our rabbit though.
Yep, there's a still a
You're
hybrid.
saying I
Oh,
only
another
need to
card from the
redeem
Infant
24
Forbidden.
Kierans.
Really good
Well, they're on a
look to
time
secret,
limit, and there's also
it lets
only
you
2
set
in
the
OBS
continuous
right
trap
now,
that can be
so.
special summon as a monster.
So you're saying
And it
there's
also has the effect when you do special summon continuous
I hate
trap.
it here, and I'm going
I don't
home.
know if anytime you special summon a monster from the spell and trap card
Anytime
zone.
a monster is summoned from the spell and trap zone, it triggers off your opponent's cards as well. So their Flamebirds, their Divine Temple, they also trigger this card.
And then it'll let you destroy a spell and trap card on the field.
Very powerful, especially in this matchup. I mean, imagine going for that temple. We already know that they're obviously playing that one from the last duel.
Yeah, there's many opportunities to get value from this, but you
Did Bell
can't-
start setting something? The witch as well, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if
Yeah.
you're, well, not immediately, but eventually.
Sure, yeah.
Activate Millennium Ankh.
So we're going to have to say goodbye
More
to
like Millennium.
the... I don't know if the token stays because you have to shuffle back all monsters that aren't
more
Millennium
like
that was very
Millennium
difficult.
Dice of
or,
French.
Holy
Exodia.
shit.
So the rabbit is going to leave the
Holy
field,
fuck,
but
that
we
left
are going
me
to
out of
replace
breath.
it with the unstoppable Exodia
Yeah.
incarnate.
And we
Fair
still
trade.
get the trap, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, chat. I'm not healthy.
Fair trade.
Hello,
Let's
chat.
see it. We're going to see
Barely.
all 5 pieces of Exodia being revealed
Prove that
here.
you have them.
And then you sneak them into your hand.
Yeah.
No.
Fuck,
Okay,
he's
stay
this
with us.
Nappa.
One more piece.
Oh, he's just a rant. Okay.
Oh, where's my favorite?
There it is. Beautiful.
I like how he actually assembled it to show. I love it. And then here comes the unstoppable Exodia incarnate. Can negate a spell.
The
or trap.
second time in a year.
Every once per battlefield,
Yay.
you gain attack.
The
equal to
second
your life
time in a
points. And that's just
year.
gonna keep on going. You could say it has an infinite amount of attack, and
Hooray.
during the phase you can set an exile or obliterate spell or trap card from your deck.
Somewhere in the world, Jeff Leonard
Unfortunately,
just shed a
he
tear.
I hope he's using it. I know he likes to
Didn't
use more,
actually
like,
get
combo
to
decks
do
and
it,
stuff,
but
but I hope he really
second
likes
time
the
we've
Exodia
seen them
cards.
spread
I'd
out
love
in
to
a
see him
year.
back at it.
Yeah, they're
That's
very
really
entertaining.
cool.
So,
Even if it's not the
Yeah.
victory spread this
Ankh
time.
now locks you out of summoning for the rest of the turn. So this is the last monster.
You don't want to know what I want to
And
spread
from
right
what's
now.
in hand, we know that there's the
No, we're live right now.
Village. So we're gonna lock.
You don't even know where that joke was going.
We're gonna have a monster.
No, I don't.
Dude, I just got a spam bot that said best viewers at, and I thought it said bad viewers at.
What?
I thought it said bad viewers, and I was about to say, why the fuck are you advertising bad viewers? But they're not. They're just advertising that I need new glasses.
Wording as Thunder King Ryo. I don't know like the
No, they're advertising viewers that just spam the N-word in chat.
Negate the special a monster that was special summon, or negate. I'd have to pull it.
There's at least one person who wants
There you
that
go.
and would pay
It
for
doesn't
that
negate
on
an
this
effect of
clip.
special monster.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, I wish I wasn't
But if
right.
we're going into an extra deck, if we're going into a link monster,
I know the
something
internet
along those
and
lines, we
humanity
can deal
way
with
too
it very effectively
Those
right
summons
now.
that do not start a chain.
Yeah.
So he's going to set the Exiled Fires of Rage from his deck to the Spell and Trap card zone. That card,
How am I doing
pretty
for
simple
World
card.
Tournament?
If you have
Anyway.
Exodia, you can just destroy every card on your opponent's
I
side
am
of
in the top
field.
10,000.
Simple but good.
Do you think Nibiru can handle that?
See.
You know he's big, but I don't know if he's quite
How much
that big.
life does he have? 8,000?
Yeah, he didn't have to pay anything because he had the
Maybe I'll just stream doing World Tournament,
So if
Brian.
he goes to battle phase and tries to attack over the Exodia, he'll be able to gain 8,000 attack
Thank
points.
you. Yeah.
He did activate the Rune in the battle phase, so he could
How
attempt to just
far
attack
can I
over
fall
that
without
if he
losing?
knows that he's not going to be able to attack over
Yeah.
I can
the
get down to
Exodia anyway.
50,000.
And I don't know if we've mentioned it either, but the
I'm not
Exodia
for
Fusion monster, of course, having
Mother
the spell
ball
trap
sack.
negation built into his effects too. So
Yeah, it's
Oh my god.
super amazing.
yeah.
I mean, kind of like doubling up on it with the secret
I'm going
ability,
home.
Yeah,
but,
I mean,
but if something
pretty
goes
much.
wrong, he's
Sad.
still there and he has your back.
Weagle.
You're able to protect. Basically, the Secret Village can't be removed because you have
On a
way to
global
deal with
5-minute
something that's like that,
cooldown.
And the Azure Rune protects it from Nightmare Phoenix, so you're kind of covered. all your
I guess
bases
it'll
here.
start
That's
being
probably why
monthly
Dakota's
as
sitting
of
here with
today.
a
It'll
pretty
reset on
good
the
chance
first,
with
but it
only
will
one loss
also
to make
be
it to day
determined
2.
by scene. The scenes are
I suppose
Steam
this is
games,
a different
shooting
kind of
games,
Exodia.
racing games, MOBAs, emulators, and other
Normal
games.
summon Breaker,
Those are the
Magical
scenes
Swordsman
here
does
will
get
not
through
be
the
shared,
show.
and they will be
Actually,
reset
no,
on
Into the
all
Firmaments,
scenes
it is set.
at the first of every
Yes, that
month.
comes with it, yeah.
Yeah.
Neat.
Oh.
Okay.
Attack Exodia. No, he's
This is the
gonna-
line.
but
so
even though he doesn't attack Exodia, he can still. I'm pretty sure it's just once for battle phase. I don't think it has to battle.
Alright, well, at least main phase 2, we're going to be normal summoning that Snake Eye Ash.
I don't think you understand how many points and
we're not
patience
gonna
I have.
use the infinite impermanence
I
here.
think you have
Well,
small
still has
balls,
the
I'm not
effect
gonna
to
lie.
destroy all cards the
Yep.
opponent controls,
Damn,
so I think
you're
he's
just
gonna
gonna
look for a
take
kind of
that?
use of that.
I
No, I'm
suppose
gonna give
that's-
it, because I
yeah,
just did.
You don't have to use it yet. You can let them
I'm not
use
gonna
the
take it, I'm
normal
not
summon and
insulting
save
a
that
mirror.
for
Wait, CD, you're not a
either
mirror,
use
are you?
Poplar, or if they go for the oak or something.
Yeah, and then you want to potentially save the infinite permanence for anything that really threatens the Secret Village.
Are you
No,
talking?
why is he
Could be
monkeying
true.
yourself?
He's
around?
coming down. Let's see if he does decide to use the Emperor.
no.
Doesn't
Goku,
look like
why?
I mean, the Poplar doesn't really do anything, right? It gets the
Yeah,
spell
spell.
card.
It's me, Goku.
Probably holding in for that Nightmare Phoenix.
Now, to show everyone my giant
About that
monkey.
Cyclone in his hand.
Yeah, the
Form.
moral support spell
Thank
search
God,
right
I
now.
thought he meant penis.
It's the discard for Nightmare Phoenix one. But yeah, that
I mean,
Cosmic
you
Cyclone
can
is doing
think all
nothing,
you like.
unfortunately. I mean, going
I-
second, you're thinking, oh,
not
I can try and get rid
always.
of the back row, but not when that field spell hits the board. And here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it was a little premature to activate the Azure Rune. Now you are a little bit vulnerable here. Obviously, we know that he has infinite impermanence, but in case he didn't,
See what he decides to discard.
And target. Oh, target. But we are aware of will not necessarily matter.
Looks like he's really considering his options here.
he does have 3 of them.
For
He's trying to read Dakota's mind. Where did he put the obliterates trap?
He kept in Dark Ruler as well. Cards that would have been very strong if it wasn't for the Secret Village.
Yep.
And there is infinite impermanence.
Gonna shut down that Nightmare Phoenix.
Dakota had everything that he needed to completely stop Bruce's moves. Not being able to use spell cards with this deck is very difficult.
Yeah, Dakota going first is definitely where he wants to be with this deck. But you know, if he does win this game and goes into game 3, the side deck might help him going second. But it's a pass.
And will we activate the trap now? Destroy everything.
To set a card from deck. Guide's Daughter Obliterate.
So now he can also grab the new card, Obliterate Blaze, if he wants. I would love to see him win with a attack with Obliterate Blaze. So this card, it gives an effect to the Exodia monster. So it gives him the effect to where he can destroy all spell and trap cards on the field to equip all 5 pieces of Exodia to the Unstoppable Exodia Incarnate, and it gains 2,000 attack for each piece.
Plays
Which happens to be
huge.
100 more than he needs.
Exactly. There's the Iron
Huge.
Phoenix out there, but he will be 10,000 attack. That will do 8,100 damage, and he can still destroy everything on the board as well. Here it is. And there we go. We have a clear path to victory for Dakota. Going first really changed the way that the deck played,
Also,
the
I'm
way
not
the
a
deck
mirror on the
looks,
sun. We've been over
and
this.
the
What? They're
options
not
that
mutually
Bruce had.
exclusive.
So since he drew, he has a secret village already.
You could
anyway
be
to
a sun
destroy,
that's
so he
made
can
out of
activate Obliterate
mirrors.
Blaze and then activate the Incarnate effect to
Like the
destroy
most
everything.
terrifying
Look at
fucking raw skin of all time.
pieces.
Yeah.
It looks like he's considering his options. Maybe he wants to get that Singenjin that wakes from a Millennium onto the field first.
Yeah, mandatory effect.
Oh, he has to pay 1,000 during standby phase, I believe.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
How will he recover?
Not 1,000 life points.
No.
I burn you for 12. Yeah. So he's at.
Just talking with the judges, making sure
Yeah.
life points are correct.
Yep.
They will all disappear pretty soon.
I'm going to proceed to main phase.
Sure.
Activate Millennium On.
I'm going to Ankh again.
Oh,
Just wants to
we're
summon
sending
another
a
one?
message right now.
This is a message.
They're already in position.
Yeah, they really are. Okay, we got the head first this time, but one more piece. There it is.
For the third time.
Here comes another
I didn't
copy.
even know.
It's
he
just
was
nice
42.
seeing the
Let's
spread.
go.
I mean, if it puts themselves back, you might as well.
Yeah.
The Ankh goes back with the pieces into the deck. What's better than one Exodia?
Two Exodias.
I am not a
the
Dyson
thing.
sphere.
Shuffling
You're
the
not
deck
number not 9?
I
9.
imagine we're gonna have to go find those pieces again
Nine?
because they're all
Right.
gonna get equipped.
He wants to get his value out of this.
9. I
He's
think it's
milking
number
this
9.
one.
So he's not even going to try and equip the pieces, but that's okay. They're going to be able to gain
Yeah.
7,000 attack
That's
each.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we
number
go.
9 is
Two
Dyson
punches
sphere.
from
I
two
remember.
Exodias, and he's going to even out. You see the smile there from Bruce. You
Yeah.
can't complain when you lose to Exodia. But he also knows he's smiling because maybe he's going first in game 3.
Yeah, he had a pretty comfortable time game 1.
Yeah. He's
Yeah,
like,
no-
all right, let's see you do that again.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
if
I'm number
Dakota,
34.
I'm with 60 cards, and it looks like he's clearly focused on
How
going
are you
first.
number?
That
Wait,
means
that's
my 15 cards
Utopia.
in my side deck are probably all going second cards. So the side decks might come into play here in game number 3.
I love that we got to see it, though. That was well piloted by Dakota. He was able to navigate the Fingsmith combo, bait out the Nibiru Primal Being, and then continue to play through and still get to the end field. I assume the preferred end field based on how everything worked out. And showed us exactly what the deck is capable of and why he was able to make it this far into round 8 feature match.
Yeah, the Millennium Ankh is a really strong card. It is a Millennium item. You can just
34
summon
is
the Unstoppable
Terabyte?
Exodia
No,
Incarnate
34
for
is
basically
Utopia.
free. Because like you could draw the
Terabyte's
you could draw the
39.
go
What are
empty
you
tempo,
talking
place it in your
about?
Spell and trap card zone, and even while it's still there in your spell and trap zone, you can reveal it with the Ankh. It will get shuffled back, but it's not like you're dead in the water if you happen to draw like 1 or 2 pieces here or there. But with 60 cards, he's definitely trying to not do that.
Yeah.
He's trying to
Speaking
not
of
draw
numbers-
Exodia
Or draw all
pieces
5.
Or draw all 5 in
Yeah.
his Exodia
It's
deck.
either none or 5. That's the ideal situation here for Dakota.
Yeah, I suppose when you're going second, your ideal hand isn't a combination of board breakers. It's just all 5 pieces, right?
I mean, that would be the best.
That's the
Okay,
ideal
you
5
open
cards,
all 5
yes.
pieces. Do you show them to your opponent first, or do you let them normal Ash and then show them?
I feel like I'm